This is me, No17 Spore, and it's been a while since I've, gotten this series going. I'd have to specifically check, but that requires me to boot up YouTube multiple times. Um, I should have done this earlier. I really should have done this earlier. It has been since 7 months ago. Yeah, the series has been on hold for 6 months. Series has been on hold for 6 months. It really didn't get the sort of viewership um which other series were getting, but I have the itch. I have the itch for Kerbal. So back, Kerbal Space Program, and now on YouTube. Well, starting on YouTube. It's always been on YouTube, but okay, it was always uploaded to YouTube, but I was never live streaming it to YouTube. Because as long as I, do the streams, as long as I do the streams fully on YouTube, I'm not um violating anything. Anyway, so yeah, getting trying to get a idea of what's going on. So Settler 4 is currently leaving Minmus to get closer, yeah, get closer to Kerbin. Um, probably have to do, well, we'll probably want to do some slowdown burns here before we do some slowdown burns here and re-enter. Um, yeah. Settler 5 is currently orbiting the Mun, and I believe Settler 5 is the mission we actually have to do right now. Wait a moment. Oh no, this is the one. This is the one which has got to land. Um, so this one is what got us there. Yeah, that's what got us there, I think. Or was a stage or something. I don't know. I don't know what this was. But then, we got this mission going in. It looks like I'm not gonna complete the entirety of the Settler 4 mission. One of the things I now realized actually, sorry, I'm adjusting this. Actually needed to be from low in space, and I didn't grab that, so that's not good. But otherwise it's fine. So I think the first thing we got to do today is we gotta go and land. Let me get a moon biome map going. We gotta go and land Settler 5, and then we gotta do the recovery of Settler 4's data. After the recovery of Settler 4's data, well, actually no, because I'd probably want to get Settler 5 or Settler 5's data back first, because I can juggle that at the same time. It would be 2 days until the next flight of booster, so I should be able to do this. I think this'll work. Yeah, I'm needing to check the biome map. The Settler 3 is landed over here. That biome would be which one? Trying to ID that. Okay, so I can try to ID it by the craters. So I got a crater here and a crater here, big crater, small crater. I think that's those two craters. So I think, where are we? We are in the northern basin. Possibly in the Midland craters. So what I will try to do is I might, as long as we don't land in the northern basin, I think we're okay. Um, there were some specific things I should have tried to hit. Hold on. Where are they? Where? Okay, so it's at Settler 2, which is already, dead. Um, it was either Highland Craters, Northeast Basin, or Farside Craters. Northeast Basin. Um, which one's northeast? Honestly, I might just go for landing anywhere. Um, other than, the northern basin, so I can get signs from somewhere else. And then I think that other one has to be a rover. And I don't believe I have that on Settler 5. I have to check. Let's fly Settler 5. I forget if I put a rover on it. I don't think I did. But if I did put a rover on it with an arm, then we do have to aim for that. So you got to be smart about where I aim. Open image in new tab. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Highland craters, Northeast Basin, or Farside craters. The Highland craters are okay, really high up, really far down. Um, there's a Northeast. Oh, it might be the Northern Basin rather than the Northeast Basin because I don't see any called the Northeast Basin. I do not know why I wrote that down. Um, are the Farside craters and okay, Farside crater is easy to hit. Let's see. Do we have a rover on this? No, I don't. No rover. Okay, so let me just quickly try to ID where the Farside crater is. So that side's facing Kerbin, that side's facing away. We'd be landing at night. That is not doable right now. Um, so this is the twin craters. Yeah, we'd probably want to aim for something here. So I'd probably let it go around, come back over here, and just try to land it somewhere vaguely here-ish. Currently in the sunlight. It looks like Settler 3 is going to get out of the sunlight pretty soon. Yeah. Alright, let's make sure that the staging is correct. I believe I also have to make sure that this is a probe core. And I'm trying to remember where I'm controlling from. Here. Well, not a probe core. This is, what are you marked as on the map? Here, you're marked as a probe, right? Then for the mission, was I supposed, okay, I don't think I was supposed to do these. Oh no, that's min-miss, so. Um, Vessel type probe, land on the moon, and return home. Okay, so we are vessel type probe. That's good. I think I do one pass around, and then I'm probably going to start a landing burn here. So let's say I just use the remainder of this stage. So that's how much it would get me. About. Um, like this crater's probably going to pass by. Yeah, because the moon's rotating this way. So on the next pass, where would I want to aim this? If I aim it here, I might actually still be able to hit this crater. So, yeah. Alright. I think rather than waiting for stuff to align, we just kind of got to go for it. You know, we have enough delta V to land. We have enough delta V to return. And we have enough time. Alright, there's an updated version available. I have not updated any of these mods since I last played 6 months ago. Aim at the maneuver node. Game still seems to be functioning, which is good news. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna throttle this up when actually do I think yeah, I like the trajectory it's looking at. So it's about 3 seconds. I'm actually gonna just start the throttle once T minus hits 0. Alright. 7, 4. Alright, so what I wanted to do there was I wanted to hide the HUD. Let me find out. F2. I was trying to remember the keybind. Alright, so separate. Just make sure this is the correct decoupler and engine, right? Yeah. Alright. Um, Alright, engine is lit. Okay, so I'm trying to remember. What do the keybinds do? Because that's the antennas. Um, 3 is unlock probably. That's the leg deploy. 3 is relock. Okay, so you're locked. You're not locked. Now you're locked. You're locked. And you're locked. Alright. Aim retrograde. We're going for a Mun landing. I know. Stop showing that. That's gauges enabled, highlight disabled. Gauges disabled, highlight enabled. Then I'll just do all enabled. I think that's correct. I've accidentally pressed F10 because I'm used to from the depths. I've been, doing a lot more from the depths lately than this. Alright, so let's say I add a maneuver here, and I want to slow down all the way. Okay, we really don't need that much delta V. Like, okay. Wait, so let's see. So we're here, add a maneuver, slow all the way down. Nothing. About there. That'd be about half of the available delta V we have for landing. Which means I've budgeted us pretty well. Landing will be in like 40 something minutes. I'm gonna switch to above the ground. Actually, okay, we're above the crater we are supposed to be landing in. Going to coast phase for now. At 10,000 meters. Throttle up. Okay, I can see the shadow. Throttle halt. Um, I need to make sure we do not impact the ground too hard. Lag, severe lag spike. Okay, so the other stage impacted the surface. Alright, throttling up. Alright, we've slowed down to about 50 meters per second. Throttle down again. We will currently begin expending propellant to try to slow down, or to try to maintain current velocity. No, I do not want to turn sticky keys on. Ah. Doing this to just kind of keep our velocity not really ticking up. Alright. We will be gradually slowing down. Slowdown is increasing now, because we are going a bit fast. Currently holding at about 18 meters a second. So a little quick. 17. Hide the contracts. 16. 15. Throttle up slightly. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. Touchdown confirmed. Do not tip, do not tip, do not tip. It tipped. Typical. Right? So we have wound up on our side. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Alright. Unlock landing legs. And retract them. Come on. Oh god. This is actually a problem. Okay, so you're not locked. Okay, actually, apparently I can't retract them. So, just... all of you locked now? Yes. We gotta figure out a way to do this. It's gonna be annoying just getting this off now. So if I lean... I retract a solar panel. Actually, if we kind of do this, I think we can cartwheel back upright. A better situation than what we were in. I want to do this. These landers do not have a wide enough base to really do this sort of thing. Alright. Come on, get upright. Actually, I need to manage our electrical charge. We're good. We have enough solar panels. Actually, no. Let's tip forward. See if we can just kind of tip this. Alright, you know what? Unlock, okay. So here is tip us back, tip us back, tip us all the way back. Alright. Okay, so that's down, that's up. So hmm. Come on. Get us upright. It would be really nice to get this damn thing upright. Um almost had it. Ah, lost a solar panel. Fuck. Although actually now I can kinda what I can do is I can roll over. Which side? No, not that way. This way, I think. Now roll over this way. And let's try this one last time. So retract. Now extend. Oh, no, retract. Oh, do not have that hit too hard. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna have to deal with this being on its side and detach this in a weird fashion. Um, Alright, so I do need to go to my sheet and list Settler 5 as a success and the landing as a kind of a success. Oh no, that's recovery in mine. That would be recovery. Alright, so get the data. Get all of it we can. And then we'll have to transfer the data. But you know, this is all useful data. So did I get you? Did not. Did not get you. And I have these guys, so I gotta get all of their data. Okay, so here's a seismic scan already. Yeah, that one already has the data in there. Anything else I need to grab data for? What about this guy? Can't be done right now. Log cosmic ray data. I can do that. Yeah, that's not a mission. That's not a science payload right there. On there. All right. Select all. All items stored. Okay. KSP quick save. F5. I don't really want to use it, but you know, I will quick save this. Right. So the next thing is, this needs to return. That, yeah. Now, I believe I did get all the experiments on here, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing any more obvious ones I missed. Unless, like, the probe here has a separate one. Alright, so time, okay. So time to separate this and see if we can get it going. This is gonna be a little risky. Actually no, I'm gonna roll this over on its side. And I feel like this early Settler series is just gonna get retired after this. Because you know, this is not a stable enough landing platform for doing this. We need a more stable landing platform. This is not it. Um, so next Settler series is gonna be it's gonna have a wider base essentially. I'll have to figure out the best way to do that. Okay, let's decouple. All right, so now you are on your side like this. Can I reorient you in any way? Oh, that's not good. So which way do I need to aim? Actually, no, let's do this. Let's rotate onto this side. Means I need to aim up. Means that my best shot is probably this. Although, you know, not that way. Okay. Alright, let's go. Um, Throttle the engine up. Extend the antenna. And hold on. Alright, and go. I had something to quickly address there. So, go! We are off! Alright, engine cut. I'm trying to figure out which way we need to go. Okay, so that's north. Alright, so now okay, so that direction is north. So that's not the way we want to be going. This way, I think? I think it's this way we want to be going. 90 degrees, right? This right? It's right. Goodbye, Settler 5! We've gotten the data, and we are going to return it back to Kerbin. Okay, that was an extremely nice lift off. Right, follow, stay a little bit above. So kind of that like double jump sort of thing, like jump in the air, quickly adjust the trajectory, figure out where we are, and get going. All right, throttle is now cut. Apo apps will be aimed for. Uh, we are gonna coast a little bit. 40, slow down, aim back at Apo, full throttle. I have good contact with Settler 5. Actually, I probably could have extended the thing later. Alright. Alright. Coast to Moon Apo. Keep the alarm clock going. I am actually going to move the alarm clock over here. Okay. So Settler 4 is 6 days away. From needing its, or from getting to its Apo. Alright, so we're back in Mun orbit. Next objective will be to return to Kerbin. So I assume that's just... Wait, no. Hold on. Wrong way. Wrong way. So we need to do... I think on this side, right? This side, bleed the energy. Yeah, that side is bleed the energy off. Yep, that is an acceptable trajectory right there. Right. Burn time will be 50 seconds. We will start the burn about T minus 25. Take about 470 meters per second of delta V. We have way enough to do that. Like, I'm going to be using some of this delta V to just try to slow the, re-entry. All right, currently aimed at the target. I'm gonna rotate us to get some sunlight on that solar panel. 27, 26, or throttle up. We're returning home. So what's gonna happen is this craft is gonna enter in the highly eccentric Kerbin orbit. It will go to the other end of it and burn off a bunch of its momentum. Now, if that can be a re-entry burn in that moment, I will make it. Alright, slow throttle. Alright, check the map. Keep that up. Perhaps is 142,000 meters. We were pretty precise with that maneuver. Alright, so, yeah. I'm gonna add a maneuver there. How much delta V will this take? If we just do like a full send deorbit. Full send deorbit. You know what? Here, I will try to keep us over land. But, we'll get into a low Kerbin orbit. Alright, so now I need to Add new alarm, Bluebird Settler 5, margin 30 minutes beforehand. Add alarm. Alright. And return to the tracking station. So, landing was kind of a success. Could have been better, could have been worse. Recovery should hopefully be a success. However, we have a bunch of new missions to actually build. And I think we're gonna have a mission to juggle at the same time here. Although that might be post-recovery. Also, when I actually do land on Kerbin, I'm gonna lose the antenna. So like I want to make sure that you know, we're over someplace where we're gonna have some form of connection. Okay, I think fixture 2 is obsolete. Fixture 2 is probably one I should just go, hey, you're a relay now. Just so I don't have to deal with it. But yeah, we have some missions design. Actually, okay, Arrowhead 3 is complete, like, 5 hours after Settler 5's burn. So we're going to be able to do Settler 5's data recovery, follow that up immediately with Arrowhead 3's launch. Ooh, I think Settler 4 would probably be the next mission to recover unless we're doing another launch. And then after that, um, I think Arrowhead 3's Impact we'd have to do. So yeah, those are the next missions. Although we are going to have, I mean, we are going to get a crewed mission prepared sometime. So if I look at the contracts we have right now, um, okay, so we need to redo the photo recon mission for Blue Dog. There is a rad mission for the Minmus lowlands and flats, a Nova Punch mission for Minmus, and then a rough landing on Minmus. There's also the orbital Kerbin, a rad mission for studying for studying color samples in Kerbin orbit that will require a crew. Which would probably actually be like the second crewed mission. Or not, well, okay. I feel like what I would do with the crewed missions is first I would test the launch abort system. Actually, you know what? I might send the capsule up first to just go into space and return, and then do a second mission where I actually send the, full send. Or a second mission where it is to a space station I put up. So I think I got to go into the VAB. Definitely have to. And take a look at my contracts. Yeah, roughly. Okay. Yeah. And just think about what missions need to be done and what platforms said missions are going to be done on. I might even consider using Robins more often. I think I'll see if I can use Robins for the vast majority of these flights. So I think I'll have to launch Fixture 3. Um, I think that'll be Bluebird. That'll be Bluebird. And then other stuff can be Robin. And why'd our money go up? Oh, did we get a contract done? Oh, we got Explore the Moon. Okay, yeah, we got a contract done. Hooray. Um, which means that technically I can take another contract. Oh no. I'll have a look. have a look at what there is and just try to get like the next set of missions going. Also see if I can get any additional starlings going. If any of these missions, suit a starling best, I'll fly a starling. I'll try to aim for a robin, and if I cannot get a robin, it'll be on a bluebird. Um, Although I am gonna have to do that thing with the color supply thing. Oh wait, no. Explore the Mun probe is not done yet. We gotta do the return home. So that's the yeah, that's the final part. So still gotta do that. Before I can take another contract on. But I'm actually starting to make some money here, it looks like. Um, Although, a good amount of that is gonna have to be spent on on the crude program and the space station thing. I also probably wanna like ooh, I'm gonna need to design a resupply vehicle on or to fly on Bluebird, probably. Um yeah. I know that the crew capsule I'm working on is gonna have supply as a part of it, but like, I'm gonna want a dedicated supply vehicle too, just to make sure that, there is actually supply going to the station. Okay. But yeah, we should get one of those contracts done when that mission returns. It'll be worth a good amount of money. Um, and presumably we can take on another contract after that. It would actually be kind of nice to put these in an additional folder. Okay. I'm kind of trying to remember everything because it's been so long since I've been doing this series. So we got Crow 1. I want to load up Crow 1 just to kind of see. So this is a heavy crude variant of Crow 1. Oh dear God. I mean, this will certainly be an interesting rocket to launch. This is like if I need to send crew really far. Maybe not really far. And we're also gonna want to test out the there's like an arm thing I can get, and I will need to launch that to a station um before, Crow 1 goes up. And actually no, Crow 1 should have more Delta V than that. That's a low estimate. That's a sea level estimate. It's gonna have more. It'll be fine. So I don't want dunce. Dunce is garbage. Okay, so Robin 1A CCSB, Robin 1B CCSB. Um, okay, so this is just the standard Robin package. At like 9,500 to launch. So, I need to look at the missions and see what I have and see what I can put on. So, can't do that yet. That's gonna actually be a rover. Actually, no, Moon Rover would be an interesting flight for a Robin. Um, could it be done? Could a Mun rover with an arm be done on a Robin? Because Robin has so much Delta V in that upper stage. I feel like like this here would have to get removed. I'd have to definitely come up with something to widen the landing leg base. That will be annoying. But I will see if it can be done. See what I can engineer here. I need a moment to think. Like, okay, I have a wireless headset now. I don't actually have to be sitting down. I am currently not sitting down. I am currently pacing around and thinking. This is great. This is great being able to just stand up, pace, and think. It's what I need to do right now. I'm glad I don't have a camera on. I did do this a couple times when I had a camera on, way in the past. But, you know, again, that was way in the past. There's let me just hide some of these. So that one I don't need to do. That one's already being done. That one's being done. Achieve a rough landing on min-miss needs to be done. That one is still being done. This one's in the process of being done, so I'm gonna hide that. I'm gonna hide that. That's in the process of being done. Yeah, I'll hide that one. That's Kerbola Observatory. Lithobraking maneuver on min-miss is not being done. Hmm. So one thought is to try to incorporate multiple things into the same mission. So what I could do is I could have something which flies this, collects the science, decouples, flies in and just crashes into min-miss. Or lands into min-miss, then decouples, flies up and crashes into min-miss. Or something where it goes with a lander. Um, and then the lander detaches and lands itself, and then that stage just crashes itself. And technically both contracts get fulfilled. Um, that would be a nice double mission. Orbital study, that's color samples, and this is what I have to do. This one will be relatively easy. It might even be like a Starling mission. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly reroute to here and remove this. And just kinda see what I can do. So if we look at the ground and we look at, you know, what wheels we have. So we got these wheels, which fold up. So those are good. That's not a bad choice. Actually, no, I need the arm. I need the arm. Simple scan with a rover arm. So it's not actually going to be in robotics. What was I thinking? It's going to be in science! Why did I click on that? Science! There we go. I'll just type in the word arm. And see if the game lags as it has to query everything. There we go. Alright, so I believe that is the scanning arm. Well, the one thing I want to check is this. That's interesting. Okay, do not back objects into it. Okay, so that is what we are wanting to bring. Okay, that can totally fit. It is just designing the descent stage, which will be the problem. Although I have an idea. I have a thought. Very interesting thought. I'll move that. And give me a little probe core. Actually, I need the cheapest probe core I can get. Actually, that's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap too. That's really cheap. Yeah, no, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I can do this, and that kind of looks right. So the idea is that this probe core is going to help me stay on course. And then the actual like lander and rover will separate out. Um, and basically switch their guidance. That's the plan anyway. So, gonna need a rover body, some description, and yeah, we're gonna need to carry the science mission on board. It's gonna be a relatively simple mission. Um, what should we call it? This is like a rover mission. Like, what should we start naming the rovers? Um, I mean, part of me wants to do something similar to like the, Martian rovers. Like, I guess it starts with Sojourner, and then, you get Curiosity. Not Curiosity. Fuck. Spirit, Opportunity. You get those. And then you get Curiosity, and then you get the new one, Perseverance. So I need to give this one a good name. Maybe Ineptitude. Yeah, this will be Ineptitude. So I can't claim any failure if it goes wrong. No, so let me just check the Delta V budget, if we are in a vacuum. Yeah, okay, we're fine. We're gonna be fine. I might need to have pretty hefty landing tanks, but like, I have a lot of faith in Cursed or Atlas Ball or whatever. Um, yeah. All right, so gonna need a probe core on it somewhere. Well, that's actually really expensive. Never mind. Oh, we have the probe of Dobodyne Rove mate. Like, I mean, that's pretty perfect for this style of mission. Um, Although actually, here, I'm gonna build this. I'm gonna build this outside of the rocket, and then put it in. Only bottom. Right, let's do that. No, hmm, I need a good place to put it. I don't think that the bottom's gonna have anything on it, so we can do that. I know this is like a really basic choice for a lander, but you know, I need to get something there. Right, fuck. Alrighty then, so maybe. Alright, let's just stick it here for now. Why? Alright, so I'm gonna go to the spaceplane hangar quickly build the rover and the landing system there, and then haul it on in. So I think how it's gonna work is that we're gonna have a lander or the rover on the bottom, and then have basically a lander on top, which yeah, and the rover will just kind of like detach from the lander on top of it. Um, Maybe I'll even ooh, I have an idea. I'll put like a single hinge on it just to kind of like flip the lander off the top. Um, yeah, that'll work. So yeah, working on rover ineptitude. Um, I should like go into GIMP and just like create a custom flag for it, like really quickly. The problem is that would require restarting the game. Um, can I change flags which are already on something? Kinda don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Hmm, I need to plan stuff better beforehand. I guess ineptitude just won't have its name on it, but you know, I would love to have ineptitude's name on it. I think we'll paint it like silver, like this. Alright, so landing. There, or wheels, there we go. Like that works. Okay, so that's a little bigger of a version. Could do these too. So these fold, right? Yeah. Although, you know, that a little too much part clipping there. Um, hmm. I don't know, might actually be smarter to use these. Yeah, I think this will be more compact. Or, the other thought is that, actually, put that back down. I'm gonna swap what the actual probe core is. I think I'm gonna use one of these. The other thought is that. So, this is costlier. What's its advantage? It's got more electric charge. Um, yeah, I'll accept the larger battery. Okay, so yeah, that'll be part of ineptitude. That'll just be to kind of keep ineptitude smaller. I'm just loving. Like, okay, we're calling the first rover ineptitude. Um, I mean, if it crashes, you know, I can't be blamed. I wasn't the best rover. Okay, let me find a good truss. Well, that's a little too big. The octag is about the right size. Alright, let me get the science payload on ineptitude here. Hey Beef, how's it going? Um, I'm making a rover. I've decided to name it Ineptitude. It is gonna be the best mission. It, I need a moon rover. Actually, I need to make sure that the arm fits. Because I'm trying to cram this thing into a tiny ass rocket. Robin is not a big rocket. It needs to fit in Robin. Actually, out of context, that's not a very good statement. Going terribly, but hopefully things stop being bad. Yeah, hopefully. For ineptitude. Alright, so that's the scanning arm. That fits. Extremely Kerbal name. Indeed. The other thing ineptitude needs is some solar panels. It has a battery here. It's also going to need an antenna. Um, Maybe something thermal. Like when I say thermal, like a radiator panels. You see, Sport, you simply have to force the rocket to fit the rover. I'll make it 5 times bigger. Okay, I'm trying to remember communication. That will be where the antenna is. I actually probably don't want a big extending antenna. Is this one? Okay, that one does extend. I want something like this. Although, honestly, I think I'll put the antenna on the front like that. Neptune will not have a relay, but its lander will. So it can be controlled effectively and just like drive up to the thing it needs to drive up to and grab science. Okay. So now we need solar panels. Actually, how tested is this solar panel? Part is new. Holding it in are always cool. Yeah. Actually, how tested is this antenna? Generation 2. Okay, that would be Generation 1. Although, I'm gonna use the new part, and then I'm going to, like, spawn it in real quickly. Oh, the Communitron 16 is quite a neat design. Yep. So what I'll do is I will spawn, like, the full ineptitude package in on the runway just to test everything so that, we don't have major part failures. Um, and that should work. I need a good solar panel, probably like a bolt-on. Like this'll work. And actually, I think this solar panel family is already fairly well tested. Yeah, generation 7, so we're already starting with a fair bit of safety. So okay, so now I have to actually design the yeah, okay, yeah, that's the main science mission. There's a possibility I might throw a few more science packages on the side just to get some, bonus science out of the mission. I need coupling. Um, there we go, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. And then, so how this is gonna work is ineptitude is gonna be straddled by fuel tanks, which will be used, for the reentry and landing. It might even have like a couple mounted on the side here, which just kind of like detach ahead of the landing. Um, I want to get an idea of how big this is actually. I'm gonna put down the how big is this? Oh, so thinking about it now, this probe core is in a weird orientation. Okay, so we're gonna have to have another probe core up here. Um, but then this one can probably be used for the flight itself. Although, just to make sure, this isn't backwards, right? Landing gear issues. It is not a plane. It does not need a ladder. Manpod store some, but probably not enough. We have 650 electrical charge in there. I'm certain it'll be fine. Um, so do you have reaction wheels? I don't think that has reaction wheels. Just in case stuff goes wrong, we probably should include reaction wheels. That's gonna be under control, wherever the fuck that is. Star Tracker, interesting. Oh, that's additional like SAS, but that's, 1,000. Um, so we could put like that on. But the one I've been liking has, oh, what's this? Okay, that's 200 for some additional stuff. That's not bad. Okay, the ones I've been liking are these guys. So ineptitude is gonna get those. I mean, all ineptitude really's got to do is just got to get on the lunar surface or mooner surface. So hopefully it won't be that bad. That's a big ass fuel tank. I need something smaller. Okay, so I know one of my favorites in service has been those. So I want to have those as like a vague size comparison as to all of this. These look like interesting fuel tanks. They don't. Oh, okay. These really do not cost a lot. So I'm going to get the entry cost because they are cheap to get and they are small. Like, yeah, that's a small fucking fuel tank. Um, that's too big. Like, okay, this is kind of the size I want for the landing. That's a little too big. These strap-on, these strap-on tanks could be interesting. I don't think I'll go for it though. Actually, this would be another good fit. No, I think this is a better fit just because it's, that much bigger. Maybe what I'll do is I'll bolt an extra fuel tank on the underside of Ineptitude. So like there'll be an extra fuel tank here. It gets burned through first. Um, and then a couple mounted on the sides will get burned through. They'll get detached, and then the one mounted on, or then it'll hopefully land on the ones on the rear. Actually, no. Why am I doing that? I have this spawn right in already. Actually, no, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm just gonna drag this out. So are these tested? No. Generation 1. Okay, so yeah, this whole thing is just gonna have to be put down to be tested briefly. Um, Actually, I could see this being a little tricky to escape from, so what I might do is I might just extend this out so that ineptitude will have an easier time getting out of there. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Yeah, that can work. Pod-wise, I do need a command thing up here somewhere. So that's not very good, but its point is to be a point of control. So I don't really need it to be very good. And just to kind of like make sure that the landing goes well, there will be a couple of RCS thrusters of, not RCS thrusters, of those on those sides of these things. No, maybe what I'll do is I'll put these further out to give us just a wider landing base. Although that's already in an axis, which is going to be pretty good. So then engine-wise, I am going to need to fit this with something. Presumably side-mounted. So twitches could be an option. I could see if I could fit a spark on. I tested our sparks. Oh yeah, sparks are tested. I've used sparks a while. Um, actually, that center mass is pretty well balanced. That's good. Aphids are a little too small. Ants are a little too small. That's too big. That's too big. Carriers are too big. These things have sound issues. Those are vernier engines. Probably just are not offering enough thrust. What are these things? Okay, so they have very limited control. Like, how much thrust are they outputting? What's their TWR? The Kerbal alarm clock, like, move up there. – 1.22. Okay, so those engines are already, like, way overpowered. What's our TWR now? 2.09. Okay. So we're going with these. We're going with Terriers. Um, Actually, I'm curious. So as you drain, where does that go? So that goes further back. Although, probably want it maybe here-ish. Yeah, maybe here. Yep, that should be right around where it needs to be. Okay, so it's already saying that this has like 1448 meters per second of delta V at sea level. Technically, it's not done yet, but I'm going to say that's not very concerning. That is a perfectly appropriate amount of delta V to have. Now, on the other hand, I am going to move these down and a little bit more, here-ish. I don't exactly care if they're like super well aligned. It just doesn't matter that much. I mean, it's ineptitude. What do you expect? Actually, those are kind of well aligned. So yeah, we apparently have a TWR of 3.61 in a vacuum with 14,448 meters per second of delta V. Um, that's about how much I landed on the moon with last time, or earlier today. This weighs about 1.873 tons. So the thing I'm curious about is how much is like a cursed. Well, okay, actually we're gonna have to increase the mass more, but how much is a cursed usually taking, or a robin usually taking with a robin with a cursed upper stage? And when I'm saying cursed, it would be CEURST, lowercase t. It is a fucking horrible backronym. Um, so how much are these? How much is this increasing the mass by? Okay, so we would actually probably be losing some delta V on the upper stage. So I do think that it would probably be smart to have some like side-mounted drop tanks, but there's really not a lot of mass up here. There's more down here, so I'm not actually super concerned with the mass balance of all of this anymore. But I still think some side-mounted drop tanks would be good. Just to get like a little bit of an extra delta V. Um, be this. Coupling, give me a nice little circular. That's too big. A smaller one. Like this thing. And then, actually I need to know where that is right now. So that's over there. So I'm gonna take this, move it about here-ish. Actually, this is a fairly cheap rover, and it is very likely just gonna be able to fit in a Robin and go. My only worry is that I'll have to put like some sort of back section on here. Um, I'll probably just like quickly check and put this in a Robin frame, make sure it works, and then order one. Um, I think that'll be the plan. All right, so I'm gonna say enable crossfeed on those. Actually, should I do enable crossfeed on this? Because these normally don't have crossfeed, right? So you know what? Hmm. Okay, right now that's clipping. I don't care. I need to find where the like fuel connector is. Actually, the other thought would be like Oscar B's just kind of trapped here-ish. You know, just just drop tanks. Um, okay, so we do actually have some connectors. I gotta buy this. Hello, Patrick Lenigan. I'm doing this. All right, so let's say I hook that up and hook this up. All right, no, that should be higher up. Because that gets me an extra like 467 meters per second of delta V. Um, if I remove these, that still work? I think that still works. I guess these have crossfeed then. Although just for realism, I'll put this on. And because I bought it. So okay, so this would be approximately what I'm landing. It has how much vacuum? Uh, 2305 meters per second of delta V in a vacuum and weighs 2.4 tons. I think that is perfectly reasonable to land on the Mun. Although it's not done yet, because first of all, I forgot an antenna on the lander stage. That does need one, and it's also gonna need a relay. And actually, I should probably just use the antennas I have been making full use of. That would be these guys in Tantaris. So, that'll be. Actually, this stage needs solar panels too. I'm trying to remember the pulled out relay. Can I only sort by stuff I own? There's got to be a way to do that. There has to be a way to do that. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, these are the two antennas, which will be good, and then that relay could always, you know, allow me to communicate with the rover. And then this would be a soft landing somewhere in the Mun where I could where I could land, go to a crater, and get the science I need and transmit it. What else? What else do I need to put on here? Oh yeah, power, solar panels. I probably don't need radiators because heat-wise these aren't going to be particularly bad. Um, this thought could actually be like a fold-out solar panel on the front end. Oh, that's rigged, right? Want something sun tracking. That is a folding tracking panel. That actually doesn't cause a lot of problems. It's not much power, but it's something. Um, and actually, could put these here. That gives us, 5 of these. Oh, right, this needs battery power too. How much do these electric charge? 0.3 a second. So it's not a quick charge. I don't really care about the charging speed, I'll be honest. I just want to, get this mission to be successful. And then this also has some solar panels. But yeah, we need a battery, which actually would be under electrical. I was just being stupid looking elsewhere. Um, are these tested? No, I've not tested those yet. I think I've normally stuck these on the sides of stuff. That will go up here. That will go up there. That gives this power. It's got solar panels. This already has just a bunch of power in the probe core. I think that is good for rover ineptitude. Now I just gotta save it as a nice little sub-object thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do this. Root. Take you. Um, well, sub-assembly. Sorry, I'm used to from the depths. Um, Alright, so that's rover ineptitude. Actually, I'm gonna need to put more science experiments on it. Although, those can just be attached before the main mission itself. Before I buy this, let's actually just quickly fit it to a Robin just to see if it fits. I need to make sure that this would actually fit on the rocket I want to put it on. Um, but I think if it fits, this will be a very valid mission. Um, a very smart idea. And be able to just get a contract done for very little. And actually, honestly, it's possible that I, design or launch more of these rovers if this first one's successful. I'll be taking names if anybody wants to provide any. Hopefully the landings will go better than the Settler missions. Settler needs a rework. I need a Settler version 2 design. Actually, it would be Settler version 3. Because I already remember what Settler version 2 was, and Settler version 2 sucked. Um, Not Settler version 2. Settler version 1 sucked. Settler version 2 kinda sucks. And, yeah, Settler version 3 is gonna be better. But I still have, like, 2 of the version 2 Settler, science payloads to return. Alright, so we need this on a Robin. Robin 1B, I will take the CCSB. So that's what's normally there. So you get removed. Rover ineptitude. Hmm. These would have to get pushed in. Alright, so it didn't do that nicely. But, if those get pushed in, this fits. Um, okay, these engines would have to get moved as well, but I think if I do those two things, this already just fits. So let me actually go back, just make the changes, save the sub object, and then we're actually gonna spawn it, or we're gonna order it, so that I can just put it on the runway, I can test it, get all the parts up a reliability level, so that it's actually likely that the mission succeeds. And also I'll get the extra science payloads on it here, because I'd presumably be landing in a place on the Mun where I haven't really been. But they're only gonna really be cheap science missions, like thermometers or something. At some point, I don't know if it's gonna be tonight or if it's gonna like take a. Probably not gonna be tonight at this point, given how long the loading times are. Yeah, it's 1:33. I was thinking about going until like 2 or 3 a.m. So I'm already like halfway through, and I have multiple additional missions designed and a couple more to do. I'm wanting to do planet shop missions, where basically what I do is I design a rocket to have as much delta V as possible. And the thing is, I don't know the orbits of the planets because of research bodies. I know the orbit of Kerbin, the orbit of the Mun, the orbit of Minmus. I got nothing else. So my thought is if I do a planet shop mission, um, what I can do is I can spot the planets like they're asteroids with a telescope, but I can't like choose to track them. Although maybe that would come with like the next upgrade to the tracking facility. I'd have to check because that does come because that does come with the next upgrade to the tracking facility. That might be doable. But the idea with a planet shot mission is spot it with the telescope, get an update as to its location, and be able to fling a spacecraft at it quickly enough that I'm not actually having to do much math in terms of the planet changing location. I'm basically just having to aim a little bit ahead of it because I'd have so much delta V and would be going so quickly that I'd just, get there so quickly. And then I'd be able to get a flyby. Hopefully the planet would actually like be tracked in the map, and I could actually start, like flying missions. Or, yeah, flying missions to it, really opening up a lot of possibilities. And I've been getting contracts for these planets, which I don't know where they are yet, and that's really, really not helping. All right, so fixes to rover ineptitude. Spore, how many mods are you playing with? Do you want to um let me grab the mod list. All right, I posted in the from the Eps, no, not from the Eps, Rotaways chat recently. Here are the mods I am playing with. All right, so I'm gonna move these engines in and down. Um, I think I should move these in slightly. These do need to be moved in, unfortunately. I think that's about as much as I can do it without really interfering with the wheels. Although maybe ineptitude's like forward wheels will just be in slightly further just to kind of allow, give these drop tanks just a touch more room to really squeeze in. Um, yeah, okay. I think that was the main concerns. Everything else just kind of missed. I think this could move somewhat to there. Okay, I think that fits. So I will save it. I'll do that real quickly. Just subassembly this whole thing. All right. Over ineptitude. Oh, I forgot to put science on it. Other than the one main science mission it's designed to take. It's only like 10,000 though for this. And the rocket itself is 8,000 if I'm removing the probe. So yeah, that's a lander for like 18,000. That's not bad. It's really not bad. Okay, where is science again? I got this menu is confusing to me. Oh, it's just like that would be really good, but it is really expensive and big. You know that's not what we're seeking here. Okay, that's a mass spectrum analysis. No, that could be fun to take a little like. Well, actually, no. I think that would be more realistic on top. And that's the little mission they do with laser or the lasers on the moon. They shine those at the moon in real life. Okay, so yeah, you're just gonna take like a really basic mission package, like regular squad stuff. I don't want to just be going, oh, let's put every single science mission or science thing possible on this. Um, yeah, because some of these are like, oh, hey, look at how much I have to pay for this, even if it is additional science. So I think that I can save as an aptitude now. Take this, save that, overwrite again, remove that. Um, Switch back to that, remove that, extend, extend. So this will be our test. Um, Save that. Okay, so I hit that, and now it is added to the build list. I'm actually probably going to move it up the build list and delay some stuff to do with the crewed program a little bit. Try to get the rover mission done sooner. Because I think if I test this, recover it, put it on a rocket, and just, have parts of higher generations, um, that mission I'll be able to launch sooner. This is something I could probably do in like, okay, so if the test is in 18 days, no, the test would be in like 11 days at the shortest. Let me get that going here. All right, so if I put ineptitude in the process, Okay, yeah, it would take 11 days there. 11 days to get an aptitude done. Then we test it. We have to assemble it again, but on a rocket, so that would be take more time. But it's a Robin. It's not gonna take that long. Robins are not don't take that long, and it would all be stuff we already have. It would be a lot of reused parts. So I don't think it would take that long. Like this, this might. Okay, when the Kerbola Observatory reaches its waypoint to do the second part of its mission, this could be something that is firing right around then. Ineptitude might be a mission which happens around about that time. Okay, so Ineptitude is now in the process of being made. Um, we still got more missions. Still got more missions we gotta devise. So next up would be okay, we have a rough landing on Minmus. That shouldn't be that hard to do. I mean, it's just Minmus. Minmus is easy. Especially with a Cursed. Like, yeah, no, that's easy. And then a Minmus Impactor. Um, Honestly, that might be a dual payload mission. I think that's gonna be a dual payload mission. We're gonna do a dual payload Robin. I've not done a dual payload Robin yet, I don't think. But yeah, we're gonna do a dual payload Robin. One will be the lander, one will be the impactor. It might even be fun to try to impact as close to the lander as possible. That would be fun, actually. Um, like an additional science bonus. Well, I mean, not in real life, but or not in the game, but yeah. So that'll be another mission, and I'm putting a lot of faith in Cursed being able to perform that mission adequately. I think what'll happen is it'll separate the impactor first. Wait, no, the impactors are going up. That's Arrowhead. That's Arrowhead. Never mind. Yeah, impactor's already going. So we have the Lowlands Flats and the Nova Punch Min Miss. There's like three. Oh, there are three Min Miss missions. Part of me wants to put that on Bluebird instead. Uh, 'Cause Bluebird is pretty good. No one put that on Bluebird? There's the thought of trying to manifest three missions on Robin. There's the thought of just like I've already manifested multiple missions on Bluebird. And that's like three we have to do to min miss. Um, which would be a good flight, but Robin's more simple. Actually, if I could like manifest three on Robin, that would solve it. Or even something where we can do two at once. Okay, so I don't need that, don't need that. I'm already doing that. That's one we gotta do. Ignore that. Gotta do that. That's already being done. That's already being done. That's already being done. That's already being done. Um, that's already being done. That's something I can't do right now, and then that's the third mission. Alright, so we have this one mission, which is do plasma science, cosmic ray data, and plasma science experiment. Let me check. So if I just type in plasma, what do I get? So that would be high and low in space. So cosmic ray, low in okay, plasma, both high and low. Um, it might be that. Solar plasma measurements, run radioplasma from radio astronomy measurements. That is log. Okay, so I think it is this. It is rerunnable. It is resettable. We're fine. So we have to bring one of these along, um, and then we need cosmic ray data. Okay, so that's cosmic dust analyzer. So this is cosmic ray data. That's cosmic ray data to um. So is that cosmic ray data? Yeah, that's cosmic ray data. Um. That would be as well. That would actually be pretty cheap. Okay, so I would want one of these. Um. So I would need that and that. Um. To get this mission done. All right, so one contract. Another one would be the rough landing on Minmus. That would be that. Okay, so we need to. How high is this orbit? Orbit specifics. Apoaps is that. Periaps is 9,300 meters. Ooh, I think that's fine. Hold on. Low in space Minmus. Let me just check. Low orbit height for Minmus is 30 kilometers. Okay, so that would pass low enough. Um, so we could co-manifest these two into the same probe. Have a thermometer. So that would be a squad thermometer. Have an accelerometer. And then maintain stability for 10 seconds. And if it's not, I can always just do like orbital adjustments once we're there. So I would need that and that. Although, no, I'm going to do something different. Because I am going to co-manifest two payloads on this mission. Which means that I think this will be the most ambitious mission for Robin. Um, at least of what I've done so far. Where's the smaller girder segments? Where are they? Why am I not finding them? Where they were around here some. There they are. In near future construction. Yeah, these fairings just snap closed way too quickly. I don't. I think a mod is doing that. Like one of the mods is glitching out. Alright, so that would be the 4 science missions we need to take along. Would have solar power. It does have battery, right? Yeah, mini battery pack. So it has some charge. And then, okay, this is already starting to get a little costly. So then the last one would be the rough landing. So we need to collect these low in space. Um, it might, okay, it might be possible to not actually need another lander here. if I can just get these two experiments from low and min-miss orbit, and then because we've already achieved the other parts of the objective, so I think that'll count. Because yeah, I think this part's gonna count. Um, so then we can do this part just right here. This will all be like one mission. Okay, so take photographs and then gamma ray. Gamma ray spectrometer. So we could either think we'd take one of these guys. Okay. I'm gonna put an additional battery on this. It needs it. This is a spacecraft which is just screaming at me it needs another battery. It doesn't add much, but it's something. Actually, you know what? Why don't we do like this? So we kind of get an extra battery pack. So, you know, that is 24, 80 charge. 80 extra charge. And a lot of missions all co-manifested in the same payload. Hello, Sampa. Um, I need a name for this goddamn probe. We have everything. So we got plasma science, accelerometer, uh, cosmic ray telescope, thermometer, film camera, gamma ray spectrometer, and yeah. The day your laptop's reaching its twilight years. Oh no. Okay, so this is for Rad, Nova Punch, and Blue Dog. Um, let me get the flag set. Where's Rad? Oh, there's Nova Punch. Any other flags for them? Because I do put the flags of the agency who's doing contract. In this case, it's 3. This would be... Oh man, I still have the old Project Phoenix logo in here. That was a long ass time ago. The outer casing is recently broken near one of the hinges. Previous laptop, it sure signed the worst yet. It's come. Yep. Ah, poor thing. Okay, so what else? Actually, wait, no, that's the good Nova Punch logo. That looks way better. All right, Rad, and then Blue Dog. Where is Blue Dog? There we go. Um, I think this will just be one of the Min-Misat series. So this would be Min-Misat 10, I believe. So Rad BD Nova Punch. 3 years old. Yeah, this computer was still chugging along 3 years ago. I try to make stuff last more than 3 years if I can, and there's some stuff I have good luck with, and some stuff I don't. Particularly headsets for the stuff I don't. Okay, so that would be the Min-Misat 10 mission. I thought it was going to be co-manifesting like multiple payloads on this, but it's just like a lot of science attached instead. So, okay. And it still has an absolute shit ton of Delta V. Yeah, okay, this will make it. I have like zero concern. Alright, Min-Misat 10. Yeah. Save and assemble it. Wait, these batteries are one use only. Show hide build list. VAB. Um, Scrap that. I don't know. I want you to stay. So I need a bigger battery, but the problem is I can fit these on. They're unreliable. So I want that. It does kind of get in the way of everything. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just gonna like pitch it like this and then do this. So that is where that's gonna go. That works. I mean that's a truss block, so I don't really care. And then that that battery safety rating of 10. Save it again, launch it again. Um, I do kind of want to just check the general safety. I think the safety is going to be just high. Yeah, we're fine. So Min-Misat 10 will do those 3 missions all at one for 24,000. I think that's going to be worth it. Um, that for Vildat, that is a very very worthwhile contract. Um, okay. So the other mission, which I wanted to plan. So that's done. That's done. That's done. We need to do the Blue Dog photo recon mission, and that is guaranteed Bluebird. It was actually last one was Fixture 2. Where is did I do Fixture 2 on Robin? Oh yeah, Fixture 2 right there. So the issue with this was this worked fine, this didn't. I have to make sure that this has a parachute attached and survives reentry. Because it lied about coming with an internal parachute. It doesn't. Just Zero Kerbal and I have released the mirror mod on the forum. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Um, I mean, honestly, depending on how the parts are built, I might be interested in that. Um, yeah. I think fixture 2 will be fine. I just gotta fix this. That was the issue last time. I guess it's kind of funny that I am just, I developed Bluebird and then I just built Robin and I'm just trying to migrate completely over to Robin because it's just that much better. Um, I mean, Bluebird is bigger, but, Robin is like 8,000 for the base rocket and has an absurd amount of Delta V. Actually, I might have enough time to develop the other mission I wanted. Um, So we are definitely going to have like multiple additional launches to do. Minmisat 10, the abort test for Crow, and that Arrowhead mission, as well as some of the stuff on the alarm clock. Um, yeah. So Settler 5 is coming up. Yeah, Settler 5 would be the next thing I have to do. Arrowhead 3 would be the thing I have to do after that. Um, then it would be Minmisat 10, then the abort test. And no, not then the abort test. Then it would be Settler 4's return, and then the abort test. So 5's got a deorbit in return, 4's then got a deorbit in return. Because 5's, and the reason for that, 5's coming back from the Mun, 4's coming back from Minmus. Where is Recovery? New work on it, back burner, you turn your attention to Proton. Okay, that would be cool. Um, I will say one of the things which I like to see in Kerbal mods is when they get stuff like really modular. Whereas I see a lot of mistakes where it's like, oh, here, you can just, fly the rocket, but it's not very modular, it's not very adaptable. Whereas some of the other mods do get stuff more modular. Although, at this point, I think procedural is better than modular, if that is possible. Other than, like, for engines and such. So I'm excited for KSP 3. Where is... What am I looking for? Anything to do with parachutes. I forget where they're located. Utility? Aerodynamics, maybe? They're utility, right? Yeah, okay, we're in utility. I'm being stupid. Yeah, they are. So we have this little parachute right here. Okay, so these are a couple of parachutes. I mean, those are just drogue chutes. No, let's just type in like parachute. Games tend to prefer set size parts. Version of KW rocket preferring. I don't know. I like it. I like adaptability more. I'll be honest. Because that's just a regular squad parachute. Um, that being said, this would work. It would be relatively untested, but I feel like it would be okay. Hopefully it wouldn't burn up. That would be my big concern. Actually, you know what? I have an idea. I like the idea of making parts that fit within. Ah. Well, I guess what I'm trying to do is an adaptation of something like that. Where instead of doing something like that, I'm trying to build like standardized rockets and then fit stuff in. So I'm really not adjusting fairing size. If something winds up outside of the fairing, well, I'm probably not really building it. Some of the early ones I did like adjust the fairings a bit and then call that a different variation of the rocket. Okay. Okay, you know what? Here's my thought. So I'm gonna remove that, put this on, put that on back here. Move this down a little bit. So hopefully it'll tip this way, and I don't want it to tumble, so I'm gonna have like a small amount of aerodynamics on the back side. But whatever it is, I want them to be small. Although I do. Mm, what is like the smallest aero piece I can get? Oh, that's big. Um, oh, stack mounted parachute modules. Interesting. I have. I know I have the procedural wings mod installed. Have I actually unlocked them yet? That is a good question. That's a docking port cap. Attachable nose cones. Kind of similar to fairings. That actually looks really cheap, so my guess is that'll be small. It is small, but like not quite small enough. Hmm. Hmm. I need something just truly tiny here. Okay, so I do not have P-Wings unlocked, as far as I can tell. That was kind of the big thing I was looking for. That looks pretty cheap too. I'll get it and just kind of see. Because, you know, both these look cheap. Actually kind of big. I guess this is the smallest winglet I can get. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. No. I think that's still all adjusted about where I want it to be. So my thought process is that this being the heavier portion will, you know, stay, and then the rest of this will just deorbit. Although on the deorbit itself, I actually wait, are these small ones tested? No, tank safety rating of 4. That's not particularly good. That is very unfortunately shaped. So the goal here, the idea with this mission is this fixes what Fixture 3 got wrong. Where, Fixture 3, it's the spy satellite going to orbit. Um, but the problem is, it needed to store it in something. And that storage container is this science container. On Fixture 2, I thought it had a built-in parachute. It did not. Is that correct? Yeah, it does not. So what I'm doing here is I'm sticking this parachute on the back, giving it some fins, so hopefully it stays stable during re-entry, and, just giving the other stage enough delta V to really let it survive re-entry properly. And then hopefully that will be a successful recovery for Fixture 3 and just get the contract done. So yeah, this is another KS2 version. Um, just, that's improved. Check this all works. So it ignites, fairing deploys, that decouples, that separates, and that separates, that launches, that separates, that engine goes away, and then we would need to have the parachute on a separate stage. Alright, so that is Fixture 3. I think we save it. I think we order it. Fixture 3 will now be the furthest back mission. It'll take 7 days to complete, and hopefully we can just quickly... Actually, I'm going to move it up. I'll do Fixture 3 before Min-Miss at 10, because I can get the Fixture 3 contract done sooner. Even though the other Min-Miss at is like 3 contracts. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, so that's going on. So the main mission, the main mission I need to keep doing is the color samples thing. That's just not ready yet. That will have to be like a space station design. That'll have to be on Bluebird. I don't think now is the best time to try to build that. I think right now I want to try to do one of the recovery missions. Start doing some missions. Maybe I'll add another build like later in the stream, but if it's gonna be another build, it's gonna be the Starshot project. Um, and then that would probably follow on with the space station thing. So, go into here. We're going to get Settler 5, you know, doing its thing. So Settler 5 recovery is next. And that should complete another contract. Um, I might, for the moment, just kind of try to get some contracts complete so that I can get more. Rather than immediately taking another one. Unless there's like one I see which is immediately like, oh, that's easy, I want it. Um, so Settler 5 is there. Wait, bring the alarm clock up. So you put the alarm clock there for now. Alright. Settler 5 is now 30 minutes away from its carbon insertion burn. This craft is recovering the science experiments from, well, okay, this isn't Settler 5. This is the science return package from Settler 5. And then, shortly after this, we'll have a Min-Miss mission to launch. And although I'll have to align it with Min-Miss properly. Okay, just waiting. I kind of wonder when the last launch of Starling will be. Um, one of the rockets. That's the next launch upcoming. Um, because like Starling is a little small. If I have a small payload to low Kerbin orbit, like it's pretty solid. That's kind of all it's good for. So, yeah. Um, like I said, I was retiring Starling beforehand when I built, shortly after I built Robin, and then immediately realized that for the min-miss impactor mission, Starling was the best thing I had. And it was just easy to be like, oh hey, let's just produce another Starling and fly it at min-miss. Um, but I feel like the amount of missions that Starling can do is just gonna diminish. And like Starling is already making up less of my overall launch cadence, mostly being replaced by Robin and also Bluebird doing the stronger missions. Okay, that's actually a pretty screenshot. Okay, so this burn is going to take 1 minute and 5 seconds. Ooh, I actually kind of like that screenshot. Okay, yeah, Kerbal Space Program has some gorgeous views at times. Okay, need to time this properly. That would be T minus 32. T minus 32 is when I should start the burn. 6, 5, 4, 3. Alright. Actually, just point retrograde. That'll be good enough. Alright. We're gonna be welcoming these science experiments back from the Mun. Although I want to avoid the water. 1. So T minus 32. 37, 36, 35, 34, 33. Ignition. That actually looks kind of neat. And then we will just try to make sure it lands somewhere on land. Um, Probably on the next pass. We should have enough blader to make it. Kerbin orbit, or Kerbin, low Kerbin orbit achieved. Alright. So we're gonna swing around down south. We have 656 meters per second of delta V left. I'm just gonna throw in 6 meter per second of delta V maneuver. About there. So now, if I move this along, I can change where the target is. And I preferably want flatter ground. But that would be an interesting target down there. Although that is really far away from any launch sites. So, here's my thought. Oh? Oh, I do not want to warp. Game. Thank you. Please, please, let me select it. Actually, hold on, hold up. No, we would be in contact with that site, which means, hmm, I don't know. That's too risky. Actually, ooh, that is very, very close to the Space Center. Make an adjustment when that gets close. An alarm, I'm gonna say, I'll say 20 minutes before. I will go to the tracking station just so that I don't have a risk of this, Actually, no, I should control. Part of me is like I should control a little longer, let the solar panels charge it up more. But part of me also just doesn't want to risk an issue. So, and actually I think it is going into darkness, so, eh. So yeah, we'll warp around to that and try to actually just deorbit it at the Space Center. You know, I'm gonna see if, this can land really close to the Space Center. Although I have to remember we're probably gonna land short. Although I might actually be able to control the angle a little bit, and since I have Ferrum installed, that might actually work at you see how far we go. Anyway, just warp ahead. That's actually nice. You can see the two spacecraft. So we got Fixture 2, which I should reduce to a relay, and then we have Settler 5. That was kind of nice, just seeing both, go around Kerbin. I'll have to see what orbit I want to put Fixture 3 into. I'll have to look at the specifics of the contract. I think the other issue is I have some of these contracts done, but they take so long to, or for the mission to actually complete. It's like a long duration mission sort of thing before you get paid. So, like, the long duration mission is going fine, but, you know, the, it's just enough time, not enough time has passed to get it done yet. Um, but I think one or two of those are close to completing. Um, the Corolla Observatory is also close to the point where I'm going to be able to just ignore it. Um, too. And, those missions should significantly increase my funds. Alright, close the alarm. Right. So you're just retrograde. So, right now, we're not quite hitting there. we would have to be up a little bit this way, probably. I think that's a good landing spot right there. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. All right, so node in that many minutes. How will I want to do this? Reorient. Exit out of the map. Make sure that you are recharging solar panels to the best of your ability. Not a great recharge rate, but it is something. Um, Alright, so the node is in 5 minutes. Okay, there's a 46-second burn, so that would be T minus 23. I'm actually going to start at T minus 22. Alright, reorient. Actually, I think this is the angle I'm going to want to be showing the engine firing at. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we go until we run out. We're currently on a suborbital trajectory. This looks kind of nice. I'm just grabbing screenshots right now. We're out. Why did I press F10? Trajectory is pretty much right on the spot we were aiming at. Switch to prograde. Roll the solar panel over. Alright. We're going for re-entry. Also, how long until, okay. We're also, like 40 minutes away from, completion of, Arrowhead 3. Honestly, Arrowhead 3, it would be funny if Arrowhead 3 is rolling out as this thing's coming in. Like, I'm keeping the space program as fucking active as I can. Although maybe if I should keep, if I want to keep it as active as I can, maybe I should actually be building, like, spare Robins to just refit if I have, spare stuff. Or maybe even, like, a spare Starlanger, too. Just ready to go. Right? I think separation will come at about 75 kilometers up. Stage is descending rapidly. Then you get just a little bit of additional charge. You can actually see the Space Center. This would be like a nice screensaver. You know what would be cool? Somebody like getting something in orbit of Kerbin, just getting like making this a video and making this a screensaver. But, something where it actually successfully loops. Which could be a little difficult to do. I feel like you have to put something in like a very precise orbit to do that. But you know, that could be good. So we'll actually see how far short we land. 100 kilometers up. 95 kilometers up. Just gonna be going into announcing stuff. 90 kilometers up. 85 kilometers. 80 kilometers. Letting go of that for separation. 75 kilometers. Separation. 70 kilometers. We're now within the atmosphere. 65 kilometers. Entry heat has started. 55 kilometers. Communication lost. Man, that other one's went all the way back there. Wow, okay, yeah, this is actually kind of neat. Communication reestablished. We're wobbling craft to slow down. Right. Drogue chute deployed. Oh, we got it! We got it back. We're getting it. Actually, I think that's main chute 1. So these are both main chutes. It's basically just, it has 2 main chutes. One is an extra as a backup if, you know, one failed. So chute deployed. We're coming down. Mission success. And just to see where we landed. Yeah, we landed significantly north, so we should have aimed here if we wanted to hit here. But, you know, we're going to come down on relatively even terrain, it looks like. And how much blader did we use? You know, I started with 100. We didn't use much. Like, oh, we're coming back from the mun. Well, I mean, to be fair, if we had, like, an issue and had to use, like, a free return trajectory or something, that would have used more. And it doesn't seem like this capsule's able to hold its SAS. Okay. Or SAS, particularly well through the atmosphere. We have chute deployment! Capsule slowed down to 3 meters a second. The other stage crashed into the ground. It actually survived re-entry well enough to just hit the ground. Okay then. Cool. Um, we're so high up at this point that I'm just gonna time warp this. until we're on the ground. But yeah, confirmation of mission success. What more do you want? I want to get like a picture. I want to get like a picture of this from someone on the ground. Like this. Um, this could work too. But yeah, as long as ground recovery is successful, this is complete mission success. And I'm gonna quick save here. I do get nervous on these capsule returns. Like, they are a bit nerve-wracking. Because, they look really fast and the capsule does kind of lose some control. But yeah, touchdown at like 3 meters a second. We're fine. So I think all the settlers but 4 capsized or tipped over. I think 4 wound up upright, but the Minmus one was upright. The ones on the Mun were not. Quick save. And cover vessel. That's gonna be a hefty deal of science and a contract fulfilled. As well as me getting to mark um, Settler 5's return as a success. Settler 5 is green across the board. I'm also updating the launch document here. Actually, I could like show that actively on stream if on screen if I wanted. Yeah, we got 174 science from that, and we got a mission done. Find a moon crater and I can find these in biomes. Oh no, that's one of the ones I have active. But what about available? Take a picture of the sun. Okay. Use a space telescope to take a picture of the sun. We have a space tourist contract, um, which is orbit around Kerbin. Simple scan with a rover arm. Hmm. Like that's fine. So okay, so those are landed. Yeah, those are landed stuff. There's a relay satellite with a lot of dishes around Kerbin. Yeah, no, not 7.2. Relay satellite Gili Mohoduna. I think right now it is just get through some of the contracts. Don't accept a new one at the moment. Um, I'm gonna have to be right back very shortly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get Arrowhead 3 done and roll it out. But yeah, I hate to say it, I have to be right back now. So, be right back. Yeah. I guess you can just I don't know. I'll sit in the tracking station. You can watch stuff. I'll do that as the be right back gift. Uh, give it a moment to load. And let me actually get stuff, get everything going. I'll have to mark. Oh yeah, I gotta mark fixture 2 as a relay, but I'm gonna turn the relays on so you can just kind of see everything. All right, so where's fixture 2? I swear there was a way to do stuff from here. I think you actually have to go in. Oh well. Oh wait, no, I can't do F2 here. Well, anyway, I guess you can just kind of watch this. I'll turn debris off. There you go. You can watch this. You not on Twitch stream anymore? Nope, I'm not on Twitch stream anymore. I got kind of fed up with it, but yeah, I gotta be right back, so sorry about that. Alright, I'm back now. And yeah, BC, I see you commenting on Atlas Ball. Yep, that was what this was about. It's been a while, but you know, I finally got back to it. I also brought snacks with me here. Hi, it's ready. Let me just hide everything which is a relay. This is okay. That's Settler 4. Hmm. Launch site's not in a great location. I do have a lot of things in orbit. Okay. First thing first, I want to take a contract. Yeah, Kerbola Observatory has not reached its destination yet. It's a lot closer than it was in the past, but yeah, it's still going. Again, I didn't touch this series for like 6 months. But you know, it be going. That being said, it's gonna be a while before that contract completes. So, the contract I wanted to check out is this one. I will say, this is an interesting contract too. Um, I'm gonna visit that, see how close it is to the sun for the 22 days before periapsis. Did I set? I'm not even sure I set it at periapsis. I think I set it like close to periapsis. Suspense killed me for that long. Hmm. Offer expires never. I'll take it. I can take a lot of contracts, but it's so laggy to do so, especially with like big ones. You know what I wonder? Can Aristotle do it? Or not? So I need to get Aristotle. Actually, let's see where D Magic is, or the Kerbriller Observatory is. That's where it is. It's about halfway there. At some point, we need to actually like get an intercept with these objects, specifically like Eve and Boho and Duna, and that's Drez. Oh wait, no, that might not be Drez. Some of those are just regular asteroids. Oh yeah, Aristotle. I need to go to. I want to see if I can just do this contract with Aristotle, or if it's something where I need to use something else. Um, which would probably be a new launch and possibly an expensive launch. If I have to do it on something else, I'll just see what I have available. Well, I mean, I'll do I'll do the Arrowhead launch first, and then see what I have available. Which Arrowhead's a Starling, so good. Starling is still flying. Starling will not die. Um, well, I don't know how many more missions I actually want to keep Starling flying for, because there are missions it's the best choice for. There are missions where it's just not the best choice for, where it's just completely obsolete to something like Robin. Um, on Currently playing the beta for UAD. All right, neat. All right, aim at the sun. Okay. I'm trying to figure out if there is any way to do this or not. Hmm. Is it aimed at the sun? I can see one body over there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Aristotle won't do it. Um, let's get Arrowhead launched, and then we'll check what satellites can do it. Um, and we'll have to find another historical astronomer philosopher and put a K in front of their name and name a telescope after them. Or, scientist of time. Scientist would be good. If you have any suggestions for that, now's the time to put them in. I think I can still use like Aristotle to try to detect or get updated positions on like Eve and such. Ooh. All right, so tracking station. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hit the X on two of those just so I can see further down the alarm clock. And also see what the next completion is. The next completion, would it be the abort test or would it be something else? I don't know, I'd have to check. Alright, so Settler 5's alarm is done. That's done. Alright, so we gotta line up this launch site here with that. Actually, no, that's not lined up right now. So we need you to. Okay, so Minmus is over there. So we need you here. Close enough. I think I oversped just a little bit, but close enough. I mean, it's an impactor. These things usually have plenty of delta V anyway, so I'm not super concerned. Starling has done a perfectly good job with the impactor missions before. I do think that like some of the light BDB missions are still like perfect for Starling. Um, okay, so next one is actually an engine test for Crow. Just trying to get some of the Crow vehicles done so we can start doing crewed flights. Although we will have to get the first bits of the station completed too. Which probably do want to do that this live stream. Thinking about it now, it'll probably be like two bluebird flights. I'll see if I can get something in Robin, like a a resupply craft or something. Um, There's part of me which has been wanting to do some form of reusable craft here, but like the more I play this, the more I'm like, just no, no, that's not gonna work. Um, Actually, maybe I could do that with like one of the alternative launch sites. Like Desert Airfield or something. That could be good there. But outside of that, like no. Actually, yeah, I could try that around Desert Airfield. All right. This is our nice little Starling launcher aimed for Minmus. We got the Airhead 3 satellite on board. SAS is enabled. Throttle is up. I'm gonna take a picture here. I kind of like this view. Oh, actually, this is a pretty neat view, but like it's too dark. Although, if I zoom it out. Ooh, let's launch from here. Yep, let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff of Airhead 3 of Starling 1E carrying Airhead 3. Vehicle is pitching downrange. Okay, so we need to be aiming more north, right? So I think that no, that would be www. Right. Starling has begun pitching north. Slight addition to the gravity turn. Starling is going supersonic. Well, transonic, Starling transonic. Starling is pitching over further down. Keep an eye on the trajectory. First stage burnout is close to occurring. Starling pitching further over. Starling first stage has burned out. Starling is on a cruise. Apoapse is 61,000 meters. Looking for fairing separation shortly. Fairing separation confirmed. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition confirmed. Starling is now pitching over. Wait, no, wrong way. Sorry. Starling is now burning for orbit. Starling trajectory now onto space, or is now into space. How's that compared to Minmus's orbit? Can we set Minmus as a target? So are we off? Do we need to go down or do we need to go up? That's worse, so we need to go this way. Alright, so we're going to be about 1 degree off. Or 1.6 degrees off, maybe like 2 at most. Significantly better than what it could have been. Alright. Getting close to upper stage burnout. We're also getting close to orbit. Starling will coast to Apo and complete an additional burn. Game is lagging. There we go. Antenna and solar panels are now deployed. Starling confirmed in orbit. We'll now do a small adjustment maneuver at the ascending node. Alright. There'll be a 64 meter per second burn. I do not point prograde. Do not point prograde. I need you aimed up here. Adjustment burn will make sure to get this onto a trajectory to intercept Minmus. Be in T-minus 4 minutes. It says a burn time of 2 seconds. However, I will want to significantly reduce that. So I'm going to see if I can reduce it by 10 times. Just to get things a little bit more precise. So it would be a 20-second burn rather than a 2-second burn and at T minus 10. So let's see. So, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is in 15s. Or 15s. I want a tenth of it. So that would be, would that be 1/2? That would be 1/2. 1/2 units. 1/2 units from the bottom. So at T minus 10 seconds. 12, 11, 10. Correction burn is occurring. I like this view actually. Can we see min-miss from here? No. Maybe it's somewhere. Maybe it's a little speck somewhere. Correction burn complete. Sending node is now 0.0 degrees. Next maneuver will be aiming for min-miss shot. That's about as much energy as we need to get out to min. Then right about there, need to adjust this so we don't have a periapse. All right, we have that would be the burn, 920.6 meters per second. Node in T minus 11 minutes. It is saying that our burn time is 39 seconds, which means that we would want to ideally start at T minus 14. Admittedly, I would probably start actually at like T minus 16 to compensate for the fact that we're gonna have to ditch a stage. I'll do T minus 15. No, T minus 14. T minus 14 will be enough. Um, we'll get on the path. We'll make small corrections, and we'll be heading to Minmus. Um, and then I just gotta switch to the impactor before it impacts. Get the science, from the impactor. Which I assume that the scientific instruments are actually on here this time. And we should be good. We should be good. And get another goddamn contract done. It's always nice when you just see a rocket like this in orbit. Full screenshot, although it's a little too dark. Kind of difficult to get stuff light enough. Oh yeah, you can't really get stuff light enough and also have the sun in frame. Kerbal doesn't do a good job at that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Well, there should be some shine from like Kerbin itself. All right. Actually, no. Point prograde. T minus Ep16 will go. There's also going to be a really rare instance where there's a Starling. Oh wait, hold on. We should be going. We're going. All right. Stage separation confirmed. Stage alignment confirmed. Upper stage ignition confirmed. Goodbye, Starling upper stage. Just tumbling in the distance. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I like the glow on that. I have some thoughts in the future about like attempting to reuse old upper stages. I can get this maneuver precise as possible. Right. Oh, it's saying we're pretty much aligned. I hit check. Um, so we do have a min-miss periaps. Okay, so we would need to do a capture there. So what I'd probably do with this is I'll do a close pass and then a collision. Although maybe I will just do a collision immediately. Alright. That would be that. Add new alarm. 30 minutes beforehand. And, yeah. Go back to the tracking station. Actually, no. Resume flight. Gonna rename you. You need Arrowhead 3. Even though you're not really gonna last for long. Alright. Airhead 3 is a successful launch. At this point, it's down to the payload, but you know, that upper stage not only performed really well, but it's now in low Kerbin orbit, so that's potentially recoverable in the future, but if I really need it to be. And I do have some thoughts about that, like trying to, if I do any sort of like reusable program, especially if it's some form of like reusable space plane, um, it is very likely that I would try to take old upper stages and refuel them and use them as like space taxis. Um, so that right there's a target. Um, outside of that, I think most of the old upper stages are not Starling 1Es. There probably are some 1Ds in there. Um, but I feel like a lot of them would be like the 1C or, you know, even the earliest missions. Actually, I'm kind of curious if I look at the debris in orbit. So, toggle those, toggle landers, toggle debris. So this is all the debris we have. So the oldest one, which is orbiting Kerbin, is actually a Starling 1B upper stage. That's Radian 5 debris from a Starling 1C. This probably had a kick stage, though. So this is probably a kick stage of some form. Um, Although that is a 1C. And if the Iranian was a light enough payload, it is possible. No, this has to be a kick stage. No, it might not be a kick stage. That might be a proper stage. That's a really high orbit for a Starling. Yeah, these actually track pretty. Yeah, no, these are Starling upper stages. So the problem is my payloads just grew so heavy. Um, that a lot of these flights just weren't really able to get themselves in the ideal orbit. So this is a suborbital trajectory technically. It does pass into the atmosphere. At some point I want to like properly deorbit those. So this one is still in orbit. I think I was trying to deorbit this one and it ran out of fuel. So that one is still in orbit. That one's still in orbit. These might be early. Yeah, these look like early Starling 1Es. So yeah, I think I just increased the size so much, but like the part counts are just too close together and too consistent. Whereas, the heavy ones they're launching, or the heavy probes they're launching now are just like so heavy that, it really gets restricted. So I'm probably launching these like over tonnage. But yeah, there are a significant amount of Starling upper stages. So Minmisat 6 was in orbit. Visitor 1 is fully in orbit. Umbra 2 is fully in orbit. And Moko is deorbiting. Minmisat 5 would be deorbiting. That one would be in orbit. Yeah, at some point I am just going to go through these and just manually control the ones which should deorbit. I don't think that time is now, but, that time will be sometime in the future. Maybe I'll even make that like a little bonus video or something. Oh no, that can be a live stream. Like, just a very short live stream of just deorbiting the old rocket debris. At least the ones which are intersecting Kerbin's atmosphere. And just, watching them all re-enter so that they're cleared out. And then the old Starling stages, which are still in orbit, hopefully at some point I can just repurpose them. Alright, recover the launch pad. We also have a good amount of science now, so let's go to R&D, see if we can get anything. Yeah, we can probably get another tech. So, I mean, this could be fun. Large volume containment gets me bigger parts. I'm not sure that's what I want. Nuclear power could be fun. Advanced metalworks. Sorry, I'm accidentally tapping the mic. Let me get the service bay. That could be good. An expansion airlock. Oh no, it doesn't actually expand. Um, an early one is supersonic flight that gives us crew cabins and a bunch of flight stuff. And efficient flight systems. I could get both of these if I wanted to. No, there is some stuff down here. So heat management systems, there's not much other than a bigger heat shield. Hydroponics, not super useful right now. Um, Logistics, I think there is. We're looking towards a space station relatively soon, so logistics, there's a really good case for. Heavy command modules, there's probably a decent case for as well, especially with the Mark III command pod. Um, all right, so I'm gonna add. Oh, hey, electronics is research, but like nothing in there's purchased, and I'm not ready to purchase any of it yet. Okay, so I'm gonna ask: heavy command modules, logistics, or high power electronics? Actually, let's see what's in logistics again. So it's a lot of. It is a lot of containers. Actually, this is a good idea. I think logistics. The more I'm looking at it, that's just too good. That is too good to pass up. All right. So the next thing is reconditioning. That doesn't. Who cares? Um, don't have anything ready to go. So the next thing would be that engine test. Um, and then let's see. Settler 4 is 3 days. Yeah, Fixture 3 would be the next launch. Fixture 3 and then Settler 4 would be the next things I have to do. I am getting to the close to the point where I was wanting to end this, but I think we will do both. I want to get Settler 4 returned. Um, and then after Settler 4, yeah, might go a little longer after that. I'll have to see. I'll have to think about some things. I guess it depends on how much time, but like, there's so many loadings. The loading screens are so long that it is just difficult to get anything done. What? Oh yeah, launch that. Okay, cool. So okay, so yeah, this is just an engine test. It's pretty simple. Um, yeah, I'm not sure I'd do like any missions after that one lands, but I'd at least check some stuff. Oh yeah, I also need to check what telescope do I need? And how much I'd be thinking about preparing the Bluebird for the mission. I'm also thinking about like developing some form of robotic arm. Um, And one of the things I was thinking about, it looked like there was a robotic arm I could use, and then I looked at it more, and it doesn't look like that's the case. But it looks like with the, regular robotic parts, I could just develop some form of robotic arm. Um, I'm trying to think about how I would want to do that. All right, there we go. I think I can hear some wind. Okay, so we are testing. So that's the fuel tank. That's engine. All right. So time to. I forgot a probe core. All right. I think that'll count. But apparently, with the engine tests, I'm gonna have to go in and actually put a probe core on them. I'm not sure that'll count. Fuck. I screwed that up. I thought they had a probe core. Apparently, they don't. Good job, me. And now I'm wondering, what did I do with the Starling? Were the Starling stages on like the early Radian flights? Did that re-enter? Those probably did re-enter. Like, yeah, the 1A. Yeah, the 1A probably re-entered. Like, the 1 probably re-entered, the 1A probably re-entered. We know the 1B is there. I think those first two 1Cs would have re-entered too. So that was why, the 1B was the earliest one we had. I think it'd be fun to try to recover the Starling 1B upper stage at some point, or convert it into a ferry. Okay, so SPH edit, and hopefully that hasn't just completely screwed things over, and is gonna force me to do another engine test, because Crow at this point feels like a really difficult program to get done. Crow is moving so slowly. And eventually it'll move quicker, but like this development stage is hell. Um, as you know, the other rockets are right now all in proper service. Like I'm not even like testing additional stuff for Bluebird and Robin at this point. I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. I have everything I need. Their B safety rating's like 9 on both the rockets. I'd have to check Bluebird though, because Bluebird has less launches. No, Bluebird's probably there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 launches. 1B's on 8, but that should mean that like the next generation is generation 9. I'm pretty certain that we're just gonna be on a high enough level at that point. I am not really concerned. All right, so um, Kerbal Space Program just threw an error message. Oh, there is a probe core. Just suck. Oh, probably didn't have the antennas deployed. That's probably why. All right. All right. So save edits. And that's just what I'll do for them all. The Zebulon kind of sucks, so And actually, I'll have to save that as the new engine test. Do that so I can get Crow in service. Alright, so edit this one. I don't know what I'm going to use Crow Heavy for. I know I'm doing the side booster test in preparation for having one. I do want to send one to the Mun at some point. I don't know. Use probably 2 Crow missions, or maybe a Crow and a Bluebird, I don't know, for a Mun mission. It might even be like a Crow and 2 Bluebirds. I'd actively consider, using 2 Bluebirds over getting a Crow into service. And getting more than 1 Crow into service. It's like, Bluebird's fucking ready. Bluebird could handle, like, the lander and, fuel tank transfer stage, and probably also, like, some of the supply and stuff. And Crow's just really needed for the crew. It might even be something where, like, a station is put in Lunar orbit, and eventually Minmus orbit. And the crew just kind of, like, dock to that. Alright. I actually just think that'll do it. Okay. I think I have one more engine test to just edit. And then when I edit that engine test, I am also going to take a look at the telescopes. There we go. I'm sorry if it takes a moment. Sometimes I'm like just walking around because I have a wireless headset. It doesn't. That was not what I wanted to press. Crap. Okay, so I know I put fixture 2 into a what? A polar orbit. I think fixture 3 probably would go in a polar orbit too. I have to see specifically what, I need to get out of it. Okay. Why did I hit open? Why did I hit open? Why am I like lagging myself out even worse? No, I don't want to do anything there. Give me that. I'll take a look at the telescopes while I'm here. Like, this is not what I need to be doing. Alright, so science. Okay, so that does have a space telescope picture. You get a science experiment, take UV telescope images and X-ray images. UV telescope images, so that does count as a space telescope. X-ray, space telescope. It does say it is a telescope, but like, not very good. Let's just scroll all the way down. There's some stuff to deploy on the surface. We're like not at all ready for that. Because that's a ScanSat. That's a ScanSat. Solar experiment sail. Interesting, but like expensive. Okay, so that is mapping surveillance. Those are recon satellites. Sentinel infrared telescope, so that is track bodies. That any other interesting telescopes anywhere? Okay, that's an orbital telescope. Log visual observations. SIGINT collection system. So that's different nuclear package. True narrowband scanner, orbital laboratory. That's a telescope mount. Take solar photography, observe sun. Measure solar wind. Oh, that might be it. That might be the contract I accepted. Which means that that will cost me more. Yeah, that's going to cost me more. Because I'm probably not only going to put that on it, I'm probably going to put one of these on it. Then hunting capabilities, research bodies. Make sure, but yeah, okay. So that will be a very expensive mission. Um, Show hide the build list. Engine test, engine test. This is the other engine test. Which I will need to modify. But yeah, that telescope mission is going to be expensive. Um, yeah, that I will make a loss on that, unfortunately, but I'll get science. Um, and have another telescope up there. That is like what 60,000 just for the telescope bits. Given that's probably Bluebird. I think Bluebird's like 20,000. Bluebird might be like 15,000 or 20,000. Um, and then I have to get like solar panels, batteries, and stuff. Yeah, that mission could easily run like 100,000. Um, and I'd be getting about 60,000 back. So I'm down probably about 40,000 on it. Let me just check. Actually, no, the mission is more than that. Mission would be, what is that? What, like 88,000? Ooh, that might be break even. That might be break even overall. Um, if I'm launching both just to check. Oh, see ya, Sampa. Yeah, talk to you later. Good night. Gotta get the stupid remaining engine test fixed. And also, this is the one I'm gonna save too, with the antennas deployed rather than retracted, so that I can actually test these damn things. I hope that that does count as a use on the other ones and that, they actually do tick up. So that, I have a Crow launch now ready to go. I do think the first flight of Crow is going to be unmanned. Yeah, first flight of Crow is going to have to be unmanned. Um, second flight will be, yeah, second flight will be crewed. Um, unless like something with the first flight goes wrong. So I have like 3 capsule tests going. I think it would be first flight would be uncrewed. Second flight would be crewed. It might, or second flight would be crewed, but it would just kind of be testing some of the capabilities of it and try to reinterpret. Well, actually, no. Second flight might like just try to go to a space station. Like I try to get a space station set up. I send the second flight to it just to get that done. That might be actually what I do. Um, all right. So then on you, extend antenna, save, and save edits. Actually, I kind of do want to design the station somewhat. Oh man, sorry for that sudden knock in volume. My mic hit a door. That is a statement I didn't think I'd say, but my mic hit a door. So, well, it's said now. Yeah, I actually probably do want to like design the space station or design like the modules of the space station and figure out how the robotic arm will work. Because the idea is that the robotic arm is gonna have to go, into basically into the trunk of the crew capsule, of a Crow's crew capsule. I don't know what to call that yet. I think it's the Apollo crew capsule, but I'd like to have a specific name for the specific design if anyone has any suggestions. Okay, so move the engine tests up. And it also moves ineptitude up too. Alright, so I guess warp until fixture 3 is complete. I have to just quickly reread that contract, which I will begin doing right now. Yeah, roll it out. Yeah, I know, it's complete. Okay, so it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. Perform polar reconnaissance. Polar orbit of carbon. Okay, so what's happened is I didn't get the science back, but it does count the satellite launch. So we will be launching into a polar orbit. It's going to be just whatever the hell I want. and I'll be uh, I'll be trying to retake the satellite data and actually return it successfully with, the much better laid out return probe, which looks kind of unfortunate. So Settler 4 is coming up on its milestone in about, on its burn in about 4.5 hours. Oh, we're 19 days away from the Kerbola Observatory reaching periaps. I'll have to part of me wants to check Kerbola Observatory before it gets close. I'm just gonna immediately launch to a polar orbit here. That's just, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. I don't care about the orbit specifications. We can just launch. Yeah, so we'll launch. We will get the data from Settler 4 done. I don't think the completion of the Arrowhead 3 mission is going to be this stream, but I would like to very much take a look at what the first space station is going to look like. Um, the main task will be to get those that color science done. But I'll be designing the station with expansion plans in mind. And also, the robotic arm idea. Part of me, kind of wants the robotic arm to be able to move around the station somewhat. I'm trying to think about how best to do that. I feel like I would need... Okay, so I think the thing which I'm unsure of is whether I can use the grabber to grab onto something I'm already docked to. I think that's my biggest concern. If I can, I'm good. If I can't, I'm not good. Alright, it is evening, I believe. Oh yeah, it's evening. And we have a reconnaissance satellite. Apparently that texture glitch, I think. We're in the shadow of the VAB. Wait, no, don't press F10. Alright, throttle up, SAS enabled. Alright, we are go for the launch of Fixture 3. Weather looks good, everything looks good. Rocket is healthy. Of course it is, it's a Robin. Go for launch. Go for launch of the Robin 1B carrying Fixture 3. 10, 9, 8. And this will be to a polar orbit. We will be aiming south. Let's restart the count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Fixture, or of Robin 1B carrying Fixture 3. Wrong pitch. This way. As our rocket moves into the sunlight. Eagle has begun pitching down range. We had a weird orbital We had a weird trajectory there, but otherwise we're okay. Okay, that's a plume. All right. Keeping eyes on our trajectory. Rocket is transonic. Rocket is continuing to pitch downrange. Rocket is supersonic. Fuel is depleting. Rocket is continuing its pitch over maneuver. Pitch over maneuver is stopped. Fuel is out. Apo is 70 kilometers. Robin is fucking great. Alright. Going for fairing separation. Fairings have confirmed separated. Gonna point prograde. Going for going for stage separation. We have clean separation from the booster. Going for engine ignition. We have clean ignition of the cursed upper stage. Currently, we are gonna slow down. We are gonna go to stabilize ascent, and we are going to pitch all the way down. Currently burning for orbit. Actually, no, we want to go this way. Okay, that's a cool screenshot. Okay, cool. And yes, I am just constantly getting screenshots. Thank goodness I turned the sound off, so like you guys can't hear, because that would ruin everything. The problem is like I like to turn the head off because you know this is cinematic. How much energy? How close is it to orbit? I have no idea. That's the whole problem with it. So I like the cinematic view. I only have it for so long. Rocket is passing Apo. I'm going to an angled up trajectory. Apo is now in front of us again. To be fair, this is a cursed. It's a cursed. I don't care. I do not care. It is a cursed aiming for low Kerbin orbit. First is going back to a normal orientation pitch. There's a cursed slash Atlas ball is the best thing I've designed. First is going nose down. 50. Confirmation of good orbit. No, I probably should have like turned the orbital debris off in the tracking station. I will do that next time. All right. We have successful deployment of the solar panels. Um, we're considering using Cursed just slightly longer to increase our orbital altitudes very slightly. Um, actually, you know what? Oh, come on. Come on. I don't want to maneuver. What we're going to do is we're going to separate from Cursed. Good job, Cursed. You gave us the momentum to get here. Just to make sure staging is proper. Cursed has now been separated from. Fixture is burning away, or fixture has separated. We will be gaining just a slight amount of additional orbital altitude. Eight, seven. Oh, you can actually see it passing under us now. Alright, point prograde. Alright, orbital altitude has increased. Alright, so we are low in space. We need to get mapping data. Okay. So, shores, mountains, and tundra. Oh, we briefly passed Mount. Reset. So we briefly passed over mountains. We'll get more opportunities. Alright, we got it above Kerbin Shores. Okay, these are mountains here. Gotta be mountains. I'm gonna stop you from orienting. Alright, we got mountains. Container collect all. I'm gonna quick save because there's something very specific I'm worried about, and it would be absolute bullshit. Um, right, I forgot to mark this as a launch. Hold on. And this would be KS2 fixture 3. Alright, so now we gotta get Tundra. Where are we located? Actually getting pretty close. Oh god. Awesome. Container collect all. Honestly, might be good to get more. Just because, you know, these offer science. So why not? Come on. Keep it all. Okay, I think that's it. Alright. I do like that this is scanning. That's neat. We are gonna have to go for a recovery. Now, where do I actually want this recovery to be? It's a very good question. I think actually the next best place for it to be is the southern ice shelf. So screw it. I think we're gonna decouple and go to the southern ice shelf here. All right. All right. Just to make sure. So that separation, then that ignition, then that, then that. Okay, cool. So we've confirmed separation. Um, you need to point retrograde. And let's see what happens if I do like. Actually, you have just an absurd amount of delta V. So what I'm just wondering is if you know. Um, I honestly think we will do like some of this. So yeah, we're gonna aim for the southern ice. Well, should I aim for the southern ice shelf or should I aim for somewhere else? We'll probably. I mean, yeah, we'll probably have contact with something anyway. I'm not concerned. You know, if we were having contact before that antenna was out, we'll be fine. There are so many relay satellites around Kerbin, and you know, even some in the Mun. Which it looks like we have a facility down there. Alright, so we will fire at T minus 21. To ignition. of our very unfortunate looking rocket. Yes, this is going to become the standard return capsule for these. I'm going to turn the pitch, yaw, and roll of these off because I don't want them doing that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, keep it off. They are stabilization. They are not control. All right, cut the throttle. Re-entry burn. We're now within the atmosphere. Staying at a lower throttle setting. The remainder of the re-entry burn. Re-entry burn done. No. All right. Science. Uh, detached. Actually, not. Actually, not. Reorient this way. Surprised that parachute end is heavier. Just spin it. This will create additional drag. Thankfully, we just kind of brute forced our speed, so like we're already going transonic basically. Shoot deploy. So in terms of stabilizing it, it really didn't work. I think this is just so light. Um, I guess the arrow just didn't work as I expected it to. Um, but you know, it looks like we got it anyway. As we descend over the ice shelf, trying to figure out where the other thing hit. Yeah, it looks like we do have an actual method for getting these back. This might actually be more mass efficient than the massive return trajectories from the Mun. Like, ultimately just slow us down with so much fuel instead of trying to rely on a gigantic heat shield and a weird cone-shaped thing. Although alternatively having this as a science container, I think that is going to massively improve future settler missions. Like, Settler can be entirely redesigned now. We have main shoot deploy. Recovery is successful, presumably. Um, just hold on retrograde. Actually, if I toggle that off, yeah, we're fine. Another mission success. This is actually moving really slowly. Let me that over land, get this down. So, we kind of put it in a difficult to recover location, but we got our surveillance data back. Um, better than the first attempt where we didn't get it. You know, this is a contract completion. And you know, every contract completion we get is just a further build up of the space program. Um, just like one additional contract, you know, off the records, or not off the records, but just completed. Alright, we've had a short circuit on the science container. We are now out of electric charge. It is not needed. Of all the times to run out of electric charge, now is the perfect time since it's like already descending. What was your safety rating? Oh, right, 1. I did that with a fucking safety rating 1 piece. Well then, we're gonna need to put more of these things through the testing process. I should have checked that. I feel like, yeah, I'm gonna just start purchasing these for testing, maybe even like batch testing, just to, you know, get their reliability up. Because, you know, I want to use these for future recovery missions. Although I'll probably try to design some form of, you know, specialized recovery craft for them. But, you know, this is way better than the regular science container you get. It's way smaller, and I think I'm going to be... I feel like the difficult part is going to be finding an arrow shell for it, but I think I can. Because, you know, I got Fargo, and I want the truncated capsule shape. And actually, one thing I'm curious about is... Okay, yes, I cannot select through those. I was kind of hoping I could. I'm gonna hit at 1.2 meters per second. You know, I'm glad that the short circuit, like, didn't destroy the science data. Because, like, that's what's important. Right? Confirmed touchdown. Alright, that's a good spot to lay. Science recovered, contract complete. Recovery and fixture 3 is a success. That would be the 74th flight of this campaign, and of all the ones intended to be orbital, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that weren't. So that would be the 67th orbital flight of this campaign. Um, has Robin been perfect so far? Other than some imperfect successes, yeah, Robin's not had a mission failure yet. Although I think Robin's had a recovery failure. Yeah, Fixture 2 was a recovery failure. But, you know, Fixture 3 corrected that. But yeah, contract goddamn complete. Now we have an old model of recovery probe to get back. And then, you know, I'm going to take a look at designing some modules for for a space station. I feel like I might even like berth ships more than properly dock them. Um, you know, with the robotic arm. Maybe that's what we'll do is we'll have a robotic arm be able to access a lot of connection points. I think that is a thought. I think the other thing I want to do is figure out a way to like rotate it around. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, no. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 science. And a contract complete. And some funds returned. Actually, we could. The good thing is, that recovery capsule is now tested. That recovery capsule we got back can actually be put to another flight. And contract complete. Was it worth it? Probably not, given that it took 2 missions, but, you know, getting it done is good. Actually, even with the 2 missions, it might have still been worth it. Um, actually, how much does it take to upgrade the tracking station? Unknown object tracking. Like, that would be good, but it's really goddamn expensive. Um, but I honestly think that the tracking station upgrade is going to have to be the next thing I get. That might be something where if I discover the planets, you know, that would unlock the orbits and I wouldn't have to do the weird, you know, shot programs I'm thinking of doing. And honestly, I might be able to afford that once Settler 4 comes in. Okay, so we have the abort test to do still. We got like nothing much I can do with only 80 science. All right, so oh my God, Minmisat. Oh yeah, we have Minmisat 10 to do. No, Settler 4 is too soon. Settler 4 is too soon. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it with Settler 4's return. Um, no, I mean I'll work on the station. I want to work on the station. Um, and then the next Minmisat will be for next time. As well as the abort test. Jump to ship. Yeah, hopefully that next Minmisat will be really good in terms of just getting us like 3 contracts complete at once. It's a little expensive for a mission, but like should work. It should complete the empty requirements for one flight. Um, for, fulfill the requirements for you know, or immediately fulfill requirements for one flight. Complete the empty requirements for another flight fairly quickly, and then as long as I can just get good orbital passes, um, it'll get the science done for a third mission. Right, I forgot to go to the tracking station and change it out from debris. Crap. Yeah, I will want to look into, actually probably thinking about the station. One thought I have is trying to, like, physically lock the robotic arm in place while it is detached from the station itself, and if there's an easy way I can do that. Um, I almost think it would just be better to, just maybe I do design the robotic arm with like a clamp on one end and then a docking port on the other end and just see if I can get it to move around like that. And if it doesn't, if it's not able to move around like that, then I'd have to like briefly undock the port itself. And maybe I'd have like a little tug on the station to grab the arm if it goes astray. Although the arm would need to have a probe core and power on its own if it would briefly undock. That can be arranged. All right, Settler 4 incoming. Um, those deploy. Oh god, they're gonna be just so blocked. Getting some electric charge. Might be best as this. Oh, okay. Alright, well anyway, Settler 4 is gonna need to do its initial decreasing orbit burn. Um, so what is this getting the orbit down to? Settler 5. Yeah, it's getting it down to a really low orbit, and then after that, we will be aiming to recover it somewhere good. I might even try to aim for the Space Center. Although I do know if I do that, the trajectory does slow me down further, so I gotta compensate for that. Um, let's see, actually, for a rough estimate, with the mission from the Mun, we were aiming for about here, I think, or here and got back here. So I'd probably want to aim like here-ish. Alright, so. Oh god, okay. Oh, that was why. That was why I was having issues. The set of the rocket completed. 15, 16, 15. 12, 10, 7, 6, 5, 4. Slow down. Alright. Point retrograde. Okay, burn will start at, let's see, so 140 would translate to 50 seconds. We'd subtract 1. So it would be 49 seconds. T minus 49 seconds, burn starts. Burn does not need to be super precise. As long as I'm just close enough, it'll be fine. Once we are in this orbit, we will pick our landing site, hopefully near the Space Center, and, try to land there. The bad thing would be winding up in the water. That's what we don't want to happen. Want to avoid the water, just because it seems like water is like extra bouncy in this mod pack and or in this mod set, and it ruins everything. Okay. Okay, 49 seconds. Oh, actually, no, that's a pretty shot. 1 minute, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50. Go! Deceleration burn is beginning. Ooh, is that min-miss? I think that's min-miss rising. And there is Kerbal Rise. This is going to be a long burn, so, I gotta make sure that the periaps doesn't get too close. Oh yeah, we'll be fine. I feel like a screenshot of, like, one of these probes is probably going to be used for the thumbnail, so maybe I'll do this. Yeah, apparently don't deploy these. It should have been the other way around. Yeah, this will be the retirement of this model of a return capsule, so, you know. Alright, we're getting close. 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. I'm going to consider that burn complete. Alright, we have 1/200 meters per second left of delta V. Alright, so, burn will be ordered that we are just off of, the Space Center. Probably there. I mean, we've got a pretty sharp trajectory coming down, though, so, well, no, that could wind up being in the water. Don't think this'll be in the water. Alright, deorbit burn scheduled. We'll use the remainder of our delta V. How long will it take? It will take, minute 33. So, minute 33, a minute and a half that would be 45 seconds. 46 seconds, we will start at T minus 46 seconds. Okay, I don't know what's going on with Kerbin Shoreline here. Alright. We're aimed retrograde. Oh shit, hold up. Oh god, we gotta begin it now. So what had happened there was the game lied to me. But, you know, we are gonna bleed off a ton of speed coming in. If we hit the water with the parachute deployed, the moment we hit the water, I am just immediately hitting the button to return. I'm not even gonna, like, stop to think about it. Not gonna photograph the capsule on the ground. It is gonna be return. Cut the throttle. Oh god, we are way out at sea. Man, the game lied to me so much. Can this game not lie to my face at times, please? Would be so fucking nice. Alright, aim prograde. We are going to impact the water. Because the game is like, hey, I'm not reliable. And trajectories is just like, oh, hey, you know, if you start your burn here, you'll re-enter here. And I started my burn earlier than it said, and I'm winding up further out at sea. The Mun one worked perfectly. I don't know why this one didn't. But yeah, the idea here will be the moment it stops, I just recover. You know, right? Speed is being bled off. Shoot deploy. No, I'm gonna set this to like 300 just so we're not waiting as long. So this is the top chute, right? No. Oh god, that's the bottom chute. I think I have these in the wrong order. Oh well. Coming down within sight of the Space Center. I might even consider, like, deploying the second chute as well. Um, just because I am extremely concerned by water landings. Even though this is, gorgeous. I can see a shadow. Is that us? Look like it's us. Oh, there's a transit! Oh, that's so neat. Is there a transit? No, there was a speck on my screen. Never mind. Yeah, I had a speck on my screen. And it looked like a transit for a moment. Like a min-miss transit or something. Alright. Normally the chute would deploy now. I've ordered it to deploy at 300. Full chute deploy. Capsule has slowed down at about 200 meters. We are returning at 2.8 meters a second. I'm going to deploy the second chute. I know I have two chutes which are now clipping. I don't care. We're now at 2 meters a second. And got it. I am not letting the ocean do what it wants to that. Confirmation of successful recovery. Hooray. Main objectives for today have been accomplished. But I do want to, like, try to design some space station modules. Okay, so I'm trying to think. If I have a robotic arm, how many segments on it do I want? Because what I think is going to be needed is I'm going to need to reach around behind a capsule. Like, into the backside of a or into the back of a capsule. I think it'll have to depend on how the station is built. Or how the robotic arm functions. Yeah. I feel like, if I need one rotation, probably want like, okay, a hinge, I probably want like maybe 4 or 5 hinges. Maybe with a piston somewhere in there. World's first milestone, awesome. And we have another contract complete. So this is the one I need to finish. This one's still going on. Um, yeah, maintain orbit for 90 more days. This one is 65 more days. This is 5 more days. You know, this contract we're gonna get another like 53,000 in 5 more days and additional science. Like I'll be able to get another like 300 science thing for that. We are we are actually making progress. All right. Uh, yeah. Like what texts are available? What do we need to get the next level? Okay, we cannot do over 500 science at this level, so I would have to upgrade R&D again soon, which means we're probably gonna get stuck with some tech for a while. You know, we still have a good amount of stuff we can research. So, you know, we got a 300. No, we got 300, 600, 900. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 300s, and then 4 160s, plus a couple 45s. So, you know, we can still gather science for a while. You know, even getting like 200 science a mission, that's only like one tech. And, you know, that's from high profile missions. Alright, so I think the first thought right now is I need to go to a bluebird. I need to see what I can squeeze into a bluebird, because it's gonna be bluebirds doing these missions. Okay, so what am I thinking about having up there? So I definitely need the module. I'm gonna need some solar panel stuff. I'm probably not gonna be using a lot of, other than the robotic arm, I'm probably not gonna be using a lot of hinges. Um, and I'll just see if I can try to move the robotic arm from section to section. The other thought would be to just keep the robotic arm on a tug and use the tug to move it if, you know, my plan doesn't work. And then, yeah, hopefully that'll allow for some actual, you know, on orbit stuff. Okay, okay, I'm gonna need a supply section, definitely. And then I'm gonna need multiple docking ports. One for a crewed spacecraft, one for a supply spacecraft. And I'm hopefully I'll just be able to rendezvous close to it, and then, you know, berth using the arm. All right, so need to open a Bluebird 1B, just kind of see what I can fit in. And this will be it for tonight. Man, I am kind of remembering when Bluebird was, you know, a young, troublesome rocket. Well, it's still kind of young, you know, at least right now it's, you know, actually good. And once we get, like, um, I think once we get another VAB upgrade, I think actually Bluebird would be a good crewed vehicle. Yeah, Bluebird would be a good crew vehicle. It's just not ready yet. All right, so we need color samples. Okay, so we'll type in COLO because I don't know if this is going to be spelled the American way or the British way. Unfortunately, I could also turn up stuff for colons. I don't know if Kerbals have colons though. Better hope they don't. Um, Useless. All right. So okay, so an orbital workshop. Oh God. No, those things are massive. No, I don't want to touch those. Like that looks big. There's a mobile processing lab. What about like the regular lab? Sense module busy. Interesting. Experience management. Onboard testing facilities. A piece of paper with pencil to certify astronauts for more advanced tasks. Um, Guess that is a scanning arm. Oh, we do have a space telescope here. Interesting. Space telescope picture. Whereas if we look at the one I'm currently using, does that have space telescope picture on it? I'm using this. No, it does not. It might actually be cheap to do the telescope mission. It could be expensive though. Well, who knows? Um, Although it does seem like the contract for this. Yeah, I'm gonna need the station to go both high in orbit and low in orbit. So that would be color samples in one of the workshops. Trying to find which one. Did I buy it already or not? Hmm. Okay, Calypso Science Lab module. There we go. Okay. So that module pretty much like fits in a Bluebird, but on its own. So that's gonna have to be one thing we take up. Ooh. Alright. I mean, the module probably would need to be self-sustaining in some way. I think Bluebird's fairing might have been like designed specifically to take this module and like nothing else. Um, I'm gonna call it work in progress. Side mod. Okay. Hmm. We're gonna need a coupler. I think I'm just gonna use like a black arrow size 1. And of course, that's gonna have to be something which is tested on its own. Hmm. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have one end for like extending from it, and then another for just like, or another one up here for just like docking stuff to it. Hopefully I can get the robotic arm to work well, but that'll have to go up on like multiple flights. Actually, hmm. I'm trying to think about how to do this. Okay, where is coupling? I need coupling. Okay, so that is... Okay, so that's an airlock, so that's something they can leave from. Like, this is probably the docking port we want. Obviously, that's too far down. Hmm. I'm just trying to think of things I can stick there. I'm trying to think of what I can put here. Well, we do have orbital modules there. This module would be good. But now that's too tall. Hmm. I think what I'll do is I'll just have like an extra structural section. Like a small adapter of some sort. Or maybe not even an adapter, just a small section. You know, this work. You know, 1 meter tube, I think. Maybe this. Because it's close to the perfect position. We're just squeezing that in. Yeah, that is a tight fit. But, that'll just barely fit. Um, Up here I'd want a nose or node of some sort. Although I have in about if I can like do a tapered section. But like if I do a tapered section, what do I actually have available for that? Is a very good question. Although I think I need the hub max multi-point connector. Oh, that actually doesn't fit here. Yeah, I cannot get that to fit. Let's try something in utility. You want to try like this module? Yeah, that fits. And we can put that on top. Okay, so I'm assuming that's the airlock. So we need a clever way to get some solar panels in here. Okay, so that does like a full 180-degree flip. Uh, that back, please. I do like. Let's not work as intended. The panel's just too big. Does this one swing out? Yeah, it does. Okay, so I think my thought on this would be panels like this way. So, they extend this way. It's not gonna add much generation capacity. We'll add just a touch. Although, I could also do this instead. And that's also out of the way for the EVA stuff. This will also be a difficult module to get over if on EVA. I feel like there need to be like an EVA section here and an EVA section back here. I mean, this is the EVA section back here. So now, is there a probe section on this? Not yet. Probably need one. I will say, I kind of doubt the crane could actually cross this. Well, I don't know, because we have like a small docking port here, and then another one maybe over here. It might be able to do. Yeah, it might be able to do something. I don't want the station taking up too many parts. Honestly, there's a distinct possibility of me using like a control tug, which, once it's docked, just undocks from everything and goes home. Maybe that's... Can I fit that on the bottom? Yeah, I kind of wonder if I could fit that here. Yeah, let's see if we can jam a control tug back here. Have to double stack this though. The room would be very tight, so we'd probably need. That probe core has an engine on it. So if you want an idea of how much space I have, that's about how much space I have. See if we can get like a different decoupler set. Rather than Black Arrow. Like maybe these Castor couplers would be better. Almost. Give me Clampetron Jr. there. That's a docking port. Odd docking port, but... Alright, so I think what I do is I just sink this in. Do not delete the fucking rocket! Seriously, that was not how... Did that fuck everything up? Don't think so. Bucket still looks normal. Okay. What I wanted that gone. I wanted that upside down. Put that in there. That over to the side. Right now that fits. And I would like to move it down. Lay that down. This can go up a bit. Okay, so that got a bit of height going up. So I'm probably going to be able to put like a small fuel tank or monoprop tank. Um, Actually, that's hollow. I'd love to find something that like just barely fills it up. No, it looks like it's just too standard sizey to have that work. So these could work. Oh wait, hold on. It only has one attachment point. I think monoprop is going to be best for this, so I need a good monoprop tank. Seriously? Seriously, Kerbal? Gonna lag? Ah, fuck you. No, that is not. It is extraordinarily frustrating to build anything inside of a fairing. Okay, now with that in place, this needs to be turned the other way around. All right, so with that all in place, actually, I can do this, then try to put the monoprop engines on it. Yes, that does have electric charge, so it could basically detach and then deorbit itself, which would be the intention. I'll say though, I do think it is kind of obvious that, what was I gonna say? It is kind of obvious that this is gonna be, its own module. But of course, it's gonna be its own. It's gonna be not the first module launched. That was what I was trying to say. Um, this will be something where we have multiple flights. Where's a good size? A good size RCS thruster. Are they too big or too small? Seriously, do not do that. I hate the fairing. I hate the fairing. I hate this fairing. I hate this fairing. I hate this fairing. Um, like seriously, I modified fairings in some of the early stuff before realizing that this was just a problem I was never going to be able to actually properly sort. Here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to put each of these on those. So hopefully that will give this some like semblance of control for docking to stuff. Technically I can probably fit something in here. Although I'm wanting to keep parts relatively smaller or part count down on this station, so I'd rather pick bigger, more efficient parts. So I'm only actually gonna have like 2 solar panels as the temporary measure. I mean, this will just deorbit itself, so it doesn't really matter all that much. That's just so that this has some form of power. Oh, yeah, and then these do need to be placed somewhere, so I think mini docking port is gonna go here and here, just in case, we're needing to move that crane thing. That should reduce the amount of stuff on here. The problem is, you know, this module is going to be barely controllable with those tiny RCS thrusters. The hope is that I have enough to rendezvous it. And then, hopefully, the crane, I think the crane will go up on the first module. Um, so yeah, I might put an additional a couple batteries on here. What's the biggest pack I have? That does 100. That does 100. That's for 80. No, can I get more? Well, actually, let's just see how big these are. Yeah, those are tiny. That is 200. See what this is. Hmm. So it seems to be these 400 ones which I could fit. So I might actually put a couple like 400 power ones right there. So you know this module has some extra power. But yeah, it'll probably need to be the third module sent up, third or fourth. All right, I'm gonna save this as a work in progress SciMod. I don't think I'm gonna be building any more of the space station here. So yeah, game's getting too laggy. I will definitely consider, you know, what I'm gonna need to do. So okay, so general plan. So that's gonna be not the first module sent. The first module sent will probably be some form of command and control module. Um, yeah, first module, command and control. I think the second module needs to be power. The command and control module will have the crane on it. Yeah. So command and control is the first one. It'll come with a little bit of its own power. The second main module basically will be proper power extensions. And then that will be the third module. It might even be the case where the second module is like a tug with two things of solar panels on it. Although no, to simplify things, I might only do one line of solar panels. Although maybe it would be something where I have like them folded up and then that extends. So you know when I put the power module on, it's relatively easy. Although, yeah, okay, command and control module would be like the one with the station thrusters. Um, I feel like that Hab's just like really not getting many thrusters. Maybe a little bit. I have a little. Yeah, I might put a little bit on it. So at least has like some modicum of control. And then of course, you know, we're gonna get the or yeah, after all that's done, then I think it would be the crewed flights. Actually, no, we would need a we need like a storage module and you know multiple places for docking. But I think command and control could also have like a storage module attached to it, and also Crow flights could send storage modules too. I think I designed it so Crow can have like a bigger thing in its back, or you know, I design a dedicated resupply vehicle, um, which can also like bring up a station element at the same time. So some of those inflatable habitats might be put in those. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. This has been me, Nona7 Spore, and we got you know, we got a lot of recoveries done. Next next session, if it'll show me, 'cause this is lagging so hard, will be Minmisat 10 for Rad BP, or for BP, Rad, Blue Dog, and Nova Punch. So, thank you for watching. This has been me, Nona174. Links to my Twitch, Twitter, and Discord should be down below. Mainly the Discord's important. Although I do argue about space stuff occasionally on Twitter, and I got back into that, so I guess you can check that out if you want. I don't know. I don't have much else to say. Uh, maybe even the next stream will just, well, we could launch the next stream and then just do like a deorbit stream. So yeah. Bye. Still hold that for the live streams. I don't know what else to add here. I'll try to continue this series. Although, again, after like 6 hours, the leaks get so bad that, or the memory leaks get bad enough that it doesn't work particularly well. Although before I hop out of the game, I am going to make sure that I'm not on debris mode in the in the tracking station. I'll just do that real quickly and then leave.